like we are up and running. So I will call this meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners to order for January 27th. And as we do, well, good morning. I'm bad at all the social niceness, but good morning, everyone. Did everyone have a good weekend?
Lovely weekend.
Okay, good. I see hands already going up, so people are anticipating their opportunity for public comments. So we will, as we always do, start with public comment. And if you're with us in the room and would like to make public comment, you can raise your physical hand. And then if you're with us online and would like to make public comment, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. And we will start with folks in the room and then go to those who are online who raised their hands. So I saw this hand go up over here. Come on up. You're the next contestant on the.
I typed mine up. It takes about 4.5 minutes. Is that okay?
Well, 3 is what we usually
About
do.
3 minutes of comment, but then I have about a minute recording from another meeting I'd like to play because I think it's relevant.
It's fine. There's, the room is not full. Let's hear your full.
I appreciate it. So
All this way.
well, there's 2 of you. We can divide. Yeah.
We can practice that.
Yeah. My name is Jim Friedman. I'm a computer engineer and full-time resident and homeowner in Folsom. My wife and I are active in the Folsom community through volunteer work in multiple groups and organizations. I'm here regarding solid waste management. I began my involvement due to concerns about previous and upcoming changes to the Folsom drop box, a residential facility intended for household garbage and recycling, which has been an important and well-functioning part of the South County community. I've spent days reviewing archived information from the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, the Solid Waste Task Force, and the Board of County Commissioner meetings from the last few years to try to understand reasoning behind the changes. What I found is concerning. A public works manager driving customers to private industry through discouraged use of public facilities by intentionally recommending policies designed to upset the residential user and to work against public interest. A lack of respect for residential customers when they call and upset, going as far as to joke about potential life-threatening situations. Last week, the Solid Waste Advisory Committee voted to reduce the number of meetings and to remove the need for recordings in their bylaws. A move to further reduce public involvement and oversight during a time when there are significant changes in the works. I work a 9-to-5 job, so only through archive meeting and minutes am I allowed the ability to participate in the public discourse. I took time off work today and drove up here from Folsom this morning to hopefully highlight the importance of being heard. I would like to play a minute-long clip from the Solid Waste Advisory Committee from July of last year that highlights the importance of these recordings. And hopefully
I found was there's a big gap between, we rolled out our new fee schedule in November. I fielded less than 10 angry calls about the new fee schedule in the 3 months after that. I was surprised I didn't get more calls. The front desk staff got about as many as went directly to my number. Then there was like a 3-month gap, and then all of a sudden I got a lot of hate mail. So really angry messages. In fact, one guy called 4 times, and the last time he was screaming, and I heard his wife in the background say, "Stop, you're gonna have a heart attack." So I was hoping he called 5th time. But and that was over the minimum fee for yard debris. And I wondered why this big gap? Well, it turns out it was the folks that go somewhere warm when it's cold here had come back, and there was news to them now. Maybe has a new fee. So I said to understand that I would not call that second homeowners. Right? Over a $20 fee. Right. I think that's fair. I think that takes care of your health too. Yeah.
Yeah. So you won't be getting a heart attack.
Yeah.
this recorded dialogue illustrates the views of the committee and is not conveyed in the meeting minutes. This dialogue is unacceptable and disenfranchising. We need more public involvement in this process, not less. The Quilcene facility didn't have any financial or operational issues. It's a well-liked facility according to a 2023 survey. and should have been copied and used as an example of a public facility that works. Updates to the fee schedule have admittedly failed to achieve their goal and should be rolled back. This also highlights a failure in the understanding of the residential customer base. Why is the solid waste manager so adamant about driving these public services from being locally managed self-haul service to a Texas-based Waste Connections curbside service by changing fee structures, facility availability, ignoring public demand, and the recent push to remove recycling and its subsidies? Why are policies being put in place for the purpose of making life more difficult? Who is the public to rely on when the manager of solid waste is joking about heart attacks? Which residents and taxpayers deserve to have a voice and to be heard? Please look deeper into the policies that have been recommended by the solid waste manager and his team and the negative effects it's having on the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. So we respond to all comments after we receive all the comments. So, and I see a number of other hands have gone up online, but Jean in the room here with us.
Dean Ball, also from Wilson. Frosty morning drive, right? I don't know what it is about the concept of advocating for a pool that makes people lose their minds, lie, hide documents, make personal attacks, obscure facts, risk fiscal instability, omit the public, or otherwise get totally and completely bent out of shape. But that is what we have seen happen over and over again. The track record during this process has been sloppy, dishonest, opaque, coercive, closed to those with constructive criticism, not just criticism which has not offered improvements, but actual constructive feedback, which has almost never been received with grace or a welcoming attitude. The process has been dismissive towards anyone with a differing opinion. It has been hostile and undercutting towards anyone thought to not be goose-stepping their way into the lazy river, regardless of their diligence to study the subject matter in a comprehensive manner, which is responsible to the public as a whole and enabled the project to actually happen. I have firsthand experience with a review and feedback process of this pool, as you know. For Heather, a group of us collaborated to gain a fulsome understanding of the subject, and that has continued into the most recent request for the Chamber of Commerce to seek feedback from our members about the survey. None of us has ever advocated for a no pool option. None of us. What we advocated for was fiscal responsibility, a central location, and public participation in the process. You, Greg, did not attend any of those meetings, but you mischaracterized and disparaged the feedback we provided without knowing the facts. Remember Jim Scarantino? He was a tough sell at first, but you finally realized that he was a tremendous asset to the process. You should be thanking the people who bring problems and solutions to your attention week after week of their own volition and for free. We help prevent catastrophic failures and colossal embarrassments that would come to fruition had these irresponsible nightmares gone unchecked. You should not be dismissing, condescending to, excuse me, punching down at, misconstruing the words or actions of, or otherwise disrespecting or misrepresenting any of our possessions, least of all Shelley. She deserves and has earned your respect and appreciation. There is an exceedingly small handful of people with the commitment and dedication akin to Shelley's, and you should venerate and welcome her engagement. Stifling her is unbecoming of the office you hold. Whatever that inappropriate and emotional vomit was you spewed last week, I sincerely hope it was a one-off and will never be repeated. I also expect to hear a public apology and course correction because Shelley deserves better from you than she got last week, and I know you are better than that.
Okay. I saw Diana had her hand up before we even started public comment, so let's start with Diana online. Good morning, Diana.
Good morning. I don't know if I have to introduce myself, but Diana Smelland. I represent the resort at Port Ludlow, the LTAC board, Currently, I'm the TCC chair and board member, and I'm also an optic member. And I'm here to speak about an agenda item on the proposed changes to the Lodging Advisory Tax Committee. I asked that the letter be removed from the consent agenda. It should absolutely have its own discussion. I strongly urge you not to move forward with this action. It directly contradicts LTAC's prior decision and undermines the collaborative process already in place. So just to let you know, especially with Heather being new and Heidi, you were not at the meeting, in late 2024, Greg and the LTAC board engaged in thoughtful discussion about establishing criteria to guide application approvals. Kevin Woolley even had a draft of something that he brought to the meeting. After careful consideration, we unanimously agreed to table this process until 2025 due to the upcoming RFP process and the amount of time that the people needed to be able to apply. However, just after that, a memo introducing county legislative priorities was unexpectedly added during a Board of County Commissioner meeting. It was not listed on Friday's agenda. It was not presented and asked to be added to the agenda on Monday morning, but instead it was brought forward mid-meeting. This unexpected process left no room for public comment or adequate discussion to align with the previously agreed upon plans. This creates confusion and diminishes LTAC's ability to operate effectively and in the best interest of stakeholders. The resort at Port Ludlow is one such stakeholder. As one of the largest contributors to LTAC funding in Jefferson County, along with the Claylock Lodge, we rely on LTAC to ensure the lodging tax dollars are invested effectively to promote tourism and drive heads and beds. For small operations like ours, these collaborative efforts are critical, and they're a way to continue to have a source for LTAC funding. I recommend that instead of proceeding with the proposed changes, I strongly encourage the Board of County Commissioners to respect LTAC's established timeline and collaborate in alignment with the unanimous decision to set priorities in 2025. This approach allows for the thoughtful integration of legislative priorities while maintaining transparency and respecting the input and expertise of LTAC members. I ask that you reconsider agenda item number 17, reaffirm your commitment to honoring the process and the timeline and the integrity of Jefferson County's LTAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Hey, let's see, let's go with Ed Bowen. He's next on my list. Ed, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ed Bowen out on West Jefferson. Poor bandwidth today, so hopefully I can hang in there. Again, I continue, and I guess I'll be reporting back here or inquiring back here because I don't have other sources on the Upper Hoe Road loss and the South Shore Road at Lake Quinault loss. Haven't heard anything since your update last week. I would like an update. I wish there was a more efficient way to get updates on what's going on. I really hate to bother the public works folks, but I will say the website itself is even not being kept update. The last posting was back in December for South Shore and back January 2nd for the Upper Hoe on the public works website. And the reason I bring this up is at last week's meeting, it was brought up, or maybe it was the meeting before, that the South Shore Road may continue to erode. Well, I surely would like to know if that is taking place and is anybody at the county monitoring that. I'm not asking for a daily update, but it sure would be like to know what's going on. As far as the funding goes, I haven't heard any updates on the county's outreach to either the 2 senators or the congresswoman. Would like to know that. And also, last week it was reported by the chair of the board that the meeting with the park was mostly, the information was, in, I'll just paraphrase, disappointing. So I'd like to know what the next steps are in engaging the park. And how do interested parties participate in that? Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Let's see, we will, next up is Julia Cochran. I see Tom has his hand.
Good morning. So mine will be short and sweet. So last week I had a really bad day at the Winter Welcoming Center. Our septic system broke. So we now have porta potties and portable sinks that are indoors because they'd be frozen if they were outdoors. And the other thing that happened sort of immediately after I found that out was that emergency management called me and said that the money that reimburses us for extended stays when there are winter emergencies is gone. It's state money and it's gone. So that impacts us and Bayside. And, you know, we have, if February is as predicted and we end up with some really cold, wet, snowy type stuff where we might want to have more people sheltered, there's no money. So I thought I should bring that to your attention. I was hoping Willie Bentz would, but I realize he only speaks 1 week a month and this is not that week. So I'm letting you guys know. Okay. Hope the rest of the news is better.
Thanks, Julia. Shelley Yarnell, you're up next.
Good morning, Shelley Arnell Brennan. After last week's response by Commissioner Brotherton to my comment, I feel I must respond to his harsh, very personal criticism directed at my statement. I would today like to make myself perfectly clear. I did not, nor have I ever voiced my objection to a community pool, either in the Mountain View location or now in a mid-county location. My objection is to the method it's being brought before us. My objection is to the order in which you're pursuing this project. My objection is to taking tourist dollars when you can't even prove that the people who live here will support your project. My objection is to the creation of a yet unnecessary PFD. Let me give you an analogy. Do we take our child into a toy store and say, "Show me all the things you want"? Then when they've picked out 10 things, tell them, "Oh, now we need to decide how to pay for them"? Of course not. You say you can pick something for $25 or less. If you decide to go with your current plan, that's just what you'll be doing, asking for all of the things you want with no idea how you intend to pay for it. We already know as parents this doesn't work. Shouldn't you as commissioners be giving that some thought for your constituents as well? Slow down. Don't try to jam this thing through. Let's make sure it's done right. Use those tourism dollars you were granted to see if there is an appetite to help you get a pool across the finish line. Get the ideas, put a price to it, and then, like parents, decide if it fits into the budget. Then talk about private funding, a PFD, taxes. I'd like to end my public comment today by saying I'm very disappointed by both the tone and inference of Commissioner Brotherton that I come in every opportunity to say we should not build a public pool. That's blatantly false and is an attack on my right and duty to make a public comment on important county issues. I sincerely hope that for the good of the entire county and for his own credibility, he can see at least some of the error of his ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. And unless there's anyone else I know. Anyone else in the Zoom room who'd like to raise their hand? I see one more hand going up. I'm just making a last call for hands going up here.
On the line.
And if you're a caller and you're on the line, you can press *6, *9, and then *6 to unmute yourself when we bring you up. So, Tom, you'll have 3 minutes. There you go. You're unmuted now. But we can't hear you. It looks like you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you, Tom. Is your volume up on your end?
They had trouble coming over the panelist, so I unmuted him where he was at in the attendee list. I can open up the chat box.
Okay, we're gonna open up the chat box so you can type into the chat box. I'm not able to hear you still, Tom, if you're talking. From Tom to yourself, him.
Panelists?
You are a panelist.
He wasn't, I just unmuted him where he was at. Now he's joining us in the panelist.
Okay, okay. Okay, it sounds like we can hear you now, Tom.
Yeah, well, now I'm joined as a panelist. Thank you very much for bearing with that technical difficulty. I wanted to reiterate some of the concerns that you heard during expressed by the first speaker. First of all, that really uncomfortable information of the recording of that meeting of the Solid Waste Committee, where rejoicing or hoping that somebody would have a heart attack just so that they would stop calling you. Yes, I already made a note of that to the head of Public Works, and I hope that they've taken action in response. As far as the Solid Waste Advisory Committee itself, yes, they have recommended to you certain actions with respect to the removal of drop boxes and trying to encourage people in the county to adopt curbside collection. Unfortunately, as far as I can tell, that committee was never provided with some important information in making that recommendation. They merely relied upon the information that was provided to them by the solid waste manager. And one piece of information they weren't given was this. There are about 15,000 residences in Jefferson County, and about 10,000 of them are outside the city of Port Townsend. So according to the public records from the Utilities Commission, there are only 5,000 customers that actually use curbside service in the county. So 50% roughly. Now, if you stop the collection boxes, that means that the 50% of the waste that people in the county drop off in these collection boxes for recycling and whatever is just going to go into the landfill. Is that really good public policy? I don't think that the committee would have made that strong recommendation to move toward curbside collection if they'd been aware of that fact. So, you know, I remain suspicious about the what's happening at the Solid Waste Committee. I think it's being driven by commercial interests and not for the benefit necessarily of the public. A closer look and a more public process needs to happen. And certainly those meetings need to continue to be recorded. To do anything else is just a violation of the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So let's see, is there anyone else with us online, who's joined us online who would like to make a public comment? If so, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Okay, and I see we brought Diane over. Diane, the floor is yours, my dear.
Good morning, commissioners. I just wanted to, my name is Diane McDade. I'm the president of the Jeffco Aquatic Coalition. We're a nonprofit with 1,200 supporters. I just wanted to update the commission that we are ready now to launch our survey on February 1. We received a lot of valuable feedback, not only from you, but other community members, including, by the way, the North Hood Chamber of Commerce. And we haven't been able, our deadline for that feedback was Friday. We met last night as a survey team and have updated the survey. I will be forwarding to you the latest and we hope final version of that. We got a lot of thoughtful feedback and we were able to incorporate the majority of it into the survey. These surveys will be out in the field for the months of February and March. We have a very ambitious outreach plan put together to have our volunteers present to various organizations and conduct community meetings throughout the county. Our goal is to get as much feedback on this survey from as many different people from different walks of life and from different areas in the county as possible. We'll report back to you through the next 2 months as to the progress on how we're doing on that survey and how many respondents we're getting. We just want to thank you for your support of this. I think as a joint project, it's going to inform us about the features and programs that individuals want to see and the things they don't want to see at a new aquatic recreation center, including, you know, all the non-aquatic features that could potentially be located there. I did want to follow up with the concern about those who are not digitally, don't have digital access or otherwise unable to complete an online survey. Jack has created an internet phone number that will be distributed that an individual who would like to take the survey over the phone can call us. We will call that individual back and conduct their survey over the phone. So we also will have the capacity in selected cases to provide a printout when we're doing community meetings for those that, again, would not be able or would not want to use a digital device on their own. So we're hoping that we're able to accommodate every citizen in the county, as well as visitors who are going to, both groups will be able to take the survey, and there will be separate survey results that would be presented. What the tourists are telling us, what the visitors are telling us will be one report, and what our own residents are telling us will be a second report. So I just want to thank you, and I also want to speak for a second, if I have another bit of time, in support of the measure that I believe is on the agenda today to consider the formation of the PFD to keep the project momentum moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Okay. I don't see any more hands up, but if there's anyone with us in the Zoom room who'd like to make a public comment, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. I see that we have a caller. If the caller would like to make a public comment, you can press *9 and we'll bring you over for public comment. Gonna give it a few seconds.
And actually, I think, yeah, they're not raising their hand.
Yeah, not seeing any more hands go up, so I am gonna close public comment. And I'm happy to go first at replying. And one thing I want to say is that sometimes people are making public comment and I feel like I'm not equipped to respond to this one comment. And it's because each of us sits on 25 committees and we have to divide and conquer. So I do have some feedback on some of the comments, but not in-depth frontline feedback on every single comment. But I'm going to start with what I know. So to Jim, I appreciate you being here today, and I heard your comment at last week's SWAC meeting. I do not, I'm disappointed in the tone of the comment that you recorded from our solid waste manager. And I also understand his frustration at times with the magnitude of literal garbage piling up on him, but it's not an excuse for that type of comment. I would say that after the SWAC meeting the other day, I abstained from that vote because I actually lost, I was driving and listening to the meeting online and I lost part of the dialogue about it, but we decided to continue recordings of the meetings. So we are going to continue recordings, and that's what I was going to follow up with Al and tell him that I was strongly in support of not reducing the transparency of those meetings. So in terms of being a self-hauler, I've lived here for, I'm almost tired of saying this, but since I was 10 years old, so for 43 years, and the entire time that I've lived here, my family have been self-haul customers. I've been trying to listen to the reasoning behind the move to roll carts and, you know, I feel like modernizing, and I'm open to it, but I still have a pretty strong, I want to say inner core of resistance to it. And I think it's, sometimes I just blame myself for being old fashioned about it, but it's kind of muscle memory at this point to load stuff up in the truck and take it to the dump. So I'm still listening on that one. To Jean on the pool and the survey, you know, I was thinking about this last week as I was reading the comments come in, and I remember I've also said this a million times, that as the comments were coming in, the first 700 comments were coming in about the pool location, the pool, to do a pool or not a pool, where to do a pool. I cataloged those in an Excel spreadsheet because I'm kind of that way. I'm a data person. And so I came up in my spreadsheet. I mean, it wasn't a scientific process, but with a strong center of gravity around people being even people who were not supportive of a pool in Port Townsend being supportive of a pool mid-county because it would be accessible to more people. And so I asked our GIS team if we could do some kind of drive time analysis, and bless Kevin, he said, actually, I have a drive time tool and I can use that to figure out how many people live within, you know, a certain distance. And I said, well, just give me 20 minutes from like the Jefferson County Library and Mountain View. I'm just curious, you know, and I was doing this for my own edification, but when 7,000 more residents came up with that county library location. I was like, well, that's compelling to me. So I shared it with, at the time, Greg and Kate at a meeting. So I think that sometimes we lose sight of what the data might tell us. And yeah, that's what I'm gonna say about the pool at this point. I'm supportive of the survey. And I know that, the Pool Coalition has done a ton of work on the survey since we started getting feedback, so I'm confident that it's improved from what we saw last time. Although I have to admit, I have not seen the final draft of it. To Diana on number 17 on our consent, it is my plan to remove that from consent today so we can have a conversation. Largely because we have a new member of our very small board who has not been part of that conversation for the last 3 to 6 months. And I feel like in service to someone who has a lot of subject matter experience with tourism, that's the best thing to do. So we're gonna pull that from consent when we get there. On the Upper Hoe Road, I have an update. Thanks to our really skilled Assistant Public Works Director, Eric Kuzma, he sent an update to Senator Murray's office, reminding them that we're pursuing all funding paths, and of the 3 funding paths that we've been looking at, which is, I don't know what all of these acronyms mean, but FHWAER, so that's the emergency response funds that are deployed by WashDOT and federal highways. That would require an emergency declaration from the governor's office, which we can pursue if we need to. Both federal highways and WashDOT have told the county to pursue protect funds. Protect is an acronym in this case. And there are no protect funds currently available. But in addition to that, to get these funds and use these funds, it would take 3 to 4 years. So they're one of those grant processes that are not an emergency response source of funding for road repairs. So our best, I'm not just gonna be Debbie Downer here, our best option actually came out of the meeting we had with National Park Service around the table, talking about the fact that the county has some existing flat funds, federal lands access program funds, to complete a repair farther down the road, so below milepost 9.8. And that those funds may be able to be reallocated to do the repair farther up the road. A portion of those funds, it's not all of them. I think the total flap grant that we have is for farther down the road is 5 million. And I think we need about $700,000 to do the repair farther up the road. That does not take care of the South Shore Lake Quinault Road. And we haven't, as I understand, gotten word whether we could use some of those flat funds to repair the Quinault Road as well. But
It's unlikely that way.
yeah, it's unlikely. But they after the meeting on the 15th at Olympic National Park headquarters, the flat program revised a response and said they were willing to consider this idea of reallocating those funds. And they were going to be discussing it last Tuesday morning. So we have not gotten an update on the outcome of that meeting. The other thing I can say is that Eric and I have another meeting with Senator Murray's office on Thursday morning to talk about this issue. So we are turning over every rock, and I have been spending a lot of time on this and not paying as close of attention to some of the other issues that we're hearing about this morning. So that's my response to you, Ed, and I'm happy to talk on the phone anytime. So give a call. Shelley, I think I've already responded with what I have on the pool regarding your comments. The question that came in on the chat box, did we decide at some point that we would not use the chat box in public comment?
Yeah, I can explain that. When we get public comments that come in, it goes to all 3 commissioners. And it gets posted in a correspondence on our website in Laserfish so that the public can view all the comments coming in. And that's one of the reasons. The other thing is it is archivable, and we do have to keep comments, which are then attached to this video. So you can send comments if we turn it on, but we have decided not to turn that on because there's a Jeff BOCC feature that then is shared to the public. You know, so, and it gets listed in or corresponds to the meeting, so.
Okay, but if we wanted to, we could have chat. or comment.
And we do sometimes, and it's just, what we can do is, the idea is, if a particular person had 3 minutes to speak, and then if you open the chat box, and then I get additional time, and
Mhm.
so that's a
Okay.
discussion item for you guys. If you wanna open it, you can, just know that someone can send comments and.
I vaguely remember being part of a conversation about this literally 4 years ago, so that's why I was asking again.
We've been turning it off unless there's like a tech issue, and then we turn it on.
Sense. Yeah, I think I've responded to the subjects covered today. Who wants to go next?
You want me to go? You can go. On this frosty morning. Thank you everyone for making comments. Thanks for coming in and making comments. Yeah, it's disturbing to hear the recording, Jim, but thank you for sharing it. You know, I've been known to say some off-color remarks myself too, but it's not an excuse. So thank you. You know, regarding the quill scene station, I use it quite often myself. I use the transfer station. I have recently moved to curbside service, and I still use the transfer station because, you know, I live on a farm and make a lot of garbage, and we're not going to get rid of that. As we move forward to a more equitably located transfer station in mid-county, the logic does stand out to me that we don't need one everywhere, and it's difficult to staff. Staffing is challenging. And if you look at the carbon footprint of the whole process as a system, the logic rings true to me. That doesn't mean we should, you know, I am absolutely in favor of continuing to record meetings, and, you know, we never want to stifle people's ability to speak to any of these issues, so I'm glad that decision was made. I'm not going quite as close to that, though I have been on the solid waste task force on locating a new transfer station, which is at the roundabout at Beaver Valley is where we're anticipating that. Solid waste, you know, is an enterprise fund. It has to make as much money as it costs, and that can be a challenge with inflation as it is. Also, the subsidy for recycling goes the other way, just to be very clear. It costs us money. Every time we recycle something for free, it costs money, and the tipping fee of garbage pays for that. And the only reason the glass is not being recycled right now is I'm saving my glass to take down to my folks in Tacoma. You know, I mean, we all want to find a solution to this, but we can't build the solution because we are a tiny county, and that's just a system outside our scope. But we're looking for solutions on that, and I do appreciate your comments. And, you know, regardless of how, you know, there's many things that we can't advocate necessarily. We just continue to provide the service. When we do it wrong, we've got to say, hey, I did it wrong, and we've got to try to improve or at least maintain the level of service with diminishing revenue, quite frankly.
Can I clarify on the recycling?
We don't allow back and forth.
I'm happy to reach
Yeah.
out to me, and I'm happy to sit down with you and talk through these issues in more detail. So let's see. To pool issues. Seems like I offended Shelley last week. You know, we are responding off the cuff to issues, and I was probably trying to shortcut some of the long history on this comment. As Shelley said today, I should not speak for what she believes about whether or not there should be a pool. It's merely every action we've taken along the way. But we have been, in your comments today, Jean, you talked about, there were a lot of negative adjectives there. I think we've had an incredibly transparent process for over a year, and we've made great progress. You mentioned Mr. Starantino was very opposed to the original proposition. And I'm happy to bring those that have differing perspectives into the fold. And we've been working together and reached a consensus with them. And we've reached a consensus with the city and the county. And we'll talk more about the pool today. But as to stifling anyone's right to speak, I haven't looked back at the recording. I guess I should go back and look. But I don't know. Sometimes you know, if you prick us, do we not bleed? we have feelings too. Maybe I was as one of the other comments said, triggered when I was responding to Ms. Yarnell's comments last week, but we are doing everything we can to build consensus for an aquatic recreation center, and I think we've made huge headway, and we've got more good news to report today. We sent the survey to the North Hood Canal Chamber, whose board includes Ms. Yarnell, to give feedback. And as you heard from Ms. McDade today, acted on that feedback. So it's not always pretty, and you hurt my feelings today, but it's okay. That is the job that I have. And public comment is not a protection from being right or wrong. It's just everyone gets an opportunity to make their views known. And I defend that right, and will continue to defend that right for anyone that agrees with me or doesn't agree with me. Going on to Ms. Smealand and the LTAC funds. I submitted this agenda request as for general conversation, so I'm happy to take it off consent agenda. I think we should talk about it, but what we are acting on is a decision the Board of County Commissioners unanimously made in December. You were here for that meeting and spoke against the action. But so this was vetted and verified with the prosecutor's office. These are decisions that we made to kind of reevaluate the board of LTAC. And I just, I'll save the rest of that for a conversation here later. I think there's a lot of really interesting things that to consider as we talk about tourism and East Jefferson County and West Jefferson County, and there's a dichotomy in our county that is very unique and really challenging, right? To provide services. We've talked to Mr. Bowen's comment about Upper Hoe Road and South Shore Road. Those are both challenging repairs, $650,000 each, I think is the price.
And getting worse.
And getting worse. We're looking for funds to try to fix those. We have 200 mailing addresses on west end of Jefferson County. Should it be even Jefferson County is really a question that I think is good to have. We have a west end deputy who's applying to be the South County deputy because he wants something to do. We pay out of the general fund for a deputy on the west end, and we want to do that and provide services for over there, but we often, not just us, but everyone fails to provide services on the west end, where many of the houses and properties there don't have a fire district there. If your house catches on fire, hopefully you invested in a good sprinkler system, because there's no fire truck that can come. So it is a perennial challenge over there. And to the tourism question too, Ms. Smealand talked about LTAC and Playlock Lodge, and I've been interviewing all the members of the TCC and LTAC. I have one set up with Diana as well. A lot happened between those two actions on December 23rd and prior to that when we first set that memo. But I just talked to the director of Playlock Lodge last week, and in our private conversation, she acknowledged that she maybe been to East Jefferson County twice, a couple times. She's from elsewhere, working for a New York company, and their biggest challenge is housing. You think about tourism, we need to think about direct costs, price for lodging. We need to think about indirect costs. Where do the people live? And at Playlock Lodge, it was surprising. Actually, half the people do live in Jefferson County that work at Playlock Lodge, on the grounds of Playlock Lodge. And if they could put more people there, they would hire more people. But she and most of the senior staff, the permanent staff, live in Forks and neighboring Clallam County. And there's really almost no indirect or induced revenue that comes from South Shore Road, Quinault Road. These are Upper Hoe Road. These are roads that we need to keep open, but our responsibility is to the residents of Jefferson County. And at the Upper Hoe Road, there's one part-time resident has to wash out, and a national park that's really critical, but it's not. It's really challenging because it comes at the cost of what? We know what our resources are like. So, all of these things are really nested together. And I could go on for ages, but we are definitely focused on on fixing the road and restoring access. And to Julia Cochran, I did hear from Kathy Keplinger, the PIO at DEM, about that funding shortfall for reimbursement of extending hours during inclement weather. And I had a lot of stuff going on. I haven't reached out to her yet, but we need to work with public health and everything on harm reduction, see. You know, those are the kind of fees that are funds that we should probably just, I don't know, try to come up with in lieu of that federal funding.
I don't know how much money it is, sorry.
Well, like, so basically, when the blue flags go out, which means, you know, extreme weather, what it allows the emergency shelter to open at earlier times, so they meet with the winter welcoming center, and then open later in the morning, again, to align with when the winter welcoming center is open.
So there's 24-hour.
So like it extends like an extra shift a day basically to the emergency shelter, and then also it potentially like the winter welcoming center has been an overnight shelter on real cold days. So it would give them staffing funds for those days too. So, you know, we're talking about really traditionally at maximum a week of staffing for those services.
Be nice to know from them how much that is.
Yeah, and I have an idea about it that we could discuss.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's see, Mr. Tiersch, I'm with you, keep the recording, I agree with everything said. To Mr. Arnell, you know, I'm sorry if I mischaracterized, I should remember not to speak for other people. Yeah, and you know, I defend your right to share your opinion at any public meeting, you know, including these meetings and LTAC meetings and Growth Management Steering Committee meetings and any other meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah. And to Diane, thank you for, you know, continuing to evolve the survey. It's looking really good, and I'm excited to talk more about the pool later. There've been really positive developments this past week, and I'll leave it there.
1 month in, Commissioner?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I mean, there's just, I think your comments, both commissioners were certainly thorough, and so I'll try to kind of keep my focus on adding to what you've already said. Mr. Friedman and your partner, thank you for coming. And it's I think at some point along the way, I hope I will stop saying thank you for educating me. But I probably will never stop saying that, actually. But this is definitely an issue that I need to learn more about, and hearing from you was really important for me. I'm thrilled to hear that that the recordings won't be stopped, because ultimately so much of what we're talking about today in public comment is about the capacity for us all to be able to engage in the conversation transparently and with mutual respect. And that is critical. I think it's critical for us to model it as leaders. And it is absolutely critical that members of the public begin to model it again as well. And I say again, because I think we've moved into a community culture, perhaps starting from the very top at our federal government level, that has given us amnesia, made us forget that respect comes from both directions, and that it's critical to being able to have any productive conversation and to be able to move forward together. So I saw you modeling that today, and I really appreciate it. And it's hard because you took time off of work. And I also really appreciate your comment about that sort of really difficult situation that people who are working, perhaps have children, and work during the day when we're having our meetings. I think it's really important for us to remind ourselves that it's darn near impossible to participate in public process
except for these amazing tools that we now have. So it's really important to have that. I also really appreciate the context that you provided about the costs and how these systems are working. And so I think any reasonable people can come to the table and understand how those costs work and come to the best solution for the most people if we keep these conversations open. So thank you. I'll also thank you for the same reason, Ms. Ball, because I think what you were talking about today also had to do with that sort of capacity to come to these conversations, very, very difficult conversations, and have mutual respect. Shelley, I heard you say that you think you need to respond with some harsh personal comments. And at first I thought, do you need to respond with harsh personal comments? But then what I actually heard, Ms. Yarnell, was not harsh personal comment. I think you actually also modeled really balanced behavior in a really difficult situation. And I'm proud to be part of a community that is tackling these difficult topics, and not afraid to shy away from the truth and the detail and come back with the responses with facts. And that's really, really important that we stick to the facts, that we are diligent and absolutely dedicated to accurate information. So there are some details in what you've all said that I'm speedily writing down that help me to go research and understand further what you've experienced. I'll get to go back and listen to some of these meetings because you pointed me to them. And so I will do that. I'm working day and night at this point, just to get up to speed. So I appreciate all of those pointed comments. Ms. Melland, thank you for asking for it to be removed. I think, and I'm happy to know that we are going to have some further discussion on it. I do have some thoughts that I'd like to share and discuss. So we'll talk about those then. Mr. Bowen, every meeting that I've attended so far in January, you have shown up and talked about the roads. And I've written down and researched some of the things you brought to the table. The thing I want to point out specifically is your request for more specific updates, or maybe more timely and regular updates on this issue that are more accessible to the public. I will say we have talked about this at every BOCC meeting in January. So every meeting, people can come and hear updates there, and they can listen to the recordings. And I think is a level of accessibility, but you noted some really specific things that you would like to see in updates. Things like, is erosion still happening, and is the county monitoring? I know that erosion is still happening because our Public Works Department is monitoring very closely. And although they may not be putting out as timely updates on the website, which can be adjusted, they actually have been updating us in detail. And I've been really impressed with the level of attention and detail that they've been putting on this project, and also in the attempts to fund. So thank you, Commissioner Eisenhower, for getting out there. I know you've really been focused on trying to find solutions, and I really appreciate it. Look forward to hearing more about some of these other funding options. But you gave some good suggestions, Mr. Bowen, about things that could be updated on a website. So I think we could talk about that. You wanted to hear about updates on funding, next steps on participation with the parks, and how does the public participate in solutions. And those are all really great suggestions. Julia, Ms. Cochran, thank you for that update. I do have some thoughts about how we can address the blue flag or inclement weather issues around shelter, and we'll find an appropriate time to talk about that in a public way and share those ideas with you as well. Ms. Yarnell, I think I've already addressed your comments, and I really heard that your objection is not to the pool itself, but to the methods. You also said the methods by which we push forward your project. And I really noted that. I think you were talking to Commissioner Brotherton, that it's his project. And I think that you don't necessarily consider it your project, that it is a county project. And I just really want to keep that comment that you made in the back of my mind so that we make sure that, that we are always treating this as a community project with community input and an open process. And I think we're hearing a whole lot today about transparency, open process, what that looks like, and really understanding that it slows things down. I mean, I think we need to understand as members of the public that what you're asking for rightly, and I agree with you, is a process that will slow things down in an already kind of sluggish governmental process. But now I'm really starting to understand why those things are important, when we can move things quickly and when we can't. So thank you for all of that. Mr. Tiersch, you said that SWAC is being driven by commercial interests. And I hope you're happy to hear also, as we are, that they will still be recorded. I also need to look into your comment about those who use and don't use curbside collection. So I just made some comments about, or notes for myself to go research. Maybe you and I will talk about that too. Ms. McDade, thank you is what I really want to say to you. You have really modeled excellent community engagement, and whether folks agree or disagree with using LTAC dollars to do that survey or doing the survey at all, or they agree or disagree with the project itself, I hear that you're doing multiple community meetings. You're really doing as much as you can to outreach all across the county. You have reported to the BOCC many times. You've committed to reporting over the next 2 months ongoing, not just at the end of the process. All of that is a real excellent model of how we can use these processes productively. And I've really appreciated your professionalism and your engagement. And thank you for specifically outreaching to the Northwood Canal Chamber of Commerce using their feedback, and I look forward to seeing the final results. Thank you for allowing me the time to comment.
Thanks, Heather. Let's see, what's our next timed item? It's 11 o'clock. So we have one item with no set time before that. We have briefing to do, but we have consent agenda to consider first. So is there anything on the consent agenda we want to call out other than number 17, which we've already agreed to?
We're pulling. I have a few questions. Can I run through mine real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you for coming, everybody. Let's see, I might jump around. I might go from the bottom up. I might have missed it. The approval of the 2024 emergency warrants. I see 2 there. But I didn't see the big one, 119,000 in the packet. Did I miss it, or can you point me to it?
The agenda I have is only up to at least 2.
Oh, did I print the agenda too soon?
Yeah.
And then it got adjusted.
And
Okay,
sometimes even if it is finalized, it can always be modified, so.
okay, thank you. Thank you. I will make sure to then compare. I'm printing the agenda before I leave on Friday, so I can look at it over the weekend. I like the paper.
Yeah, sometimes we anticipate something coming in and then it doesn't, or,
Thank you.
you know, there's constant changes until we go home.
Great, so I will make sure to compare the agendas over the weekend. Thank you. And then, oh yeah, your coat. For the second emergency warrant, why is it an emergent? What's emergent about it? What?
Because the 2024 fund, and so bill entry kind of had passed already, then we got invoices in late, and we really wanted them paid out of the 2024 budget.
Got it.
So I think that's why they called it, because
It's like a 13th month.
the we had to sign it before the meeting, so now you're all approving that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, both important. I certainly approved the expenses themselves. I just wanted to understand what happened there. Lots of gratitude to the Board of Health and for adding this representing consumer and public health, Gabrielle Van Wert. I think I got to participate in that process. Yay, it's something I actually knew about and got to participate in. I'm just really glad that that is happening. And the process was really a good one. Very quick question on number 16, the ADO designation, which is the Associate Development Organization, designating the Team Jefferson. On that, the form itself, the designation form, I think that a box just needs to be checked.
Yes.
That it's a nonprofit before we sign it, right? That was the only thing on that. I'm glad to hear it's moving forward. Is there anything else?
Be box number 1.
Box number 1, thank you, as a nonprofit. I think my other questions I'm gonna ask, they're really kind of for my edification. I'll just tell the public what they are. On number 5, the Nurse Family Partnership, that is a contract where I believe Jefferson County is a subcontractor under Clallam County, and it sounds like that's the way it's been done so far, right? So maybe I'll ask this at the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee or somewhere, and ask Apple or you, Commissioner, since you've been on that committee, but just the history of that being subcontracted through Clallam and how that is working and all that. So I just will ask that later. And then I just wanted to note on number 4, the pass-through dollars, 111,566 for local document reporting fee. Yes, sorry, number 3, to OLICAP, that there is number 6 on that agreement has to do with defining some performance monitoring and tracking the progress. And so I think we want to look to that section and make sure that that performance monitoring is actually happening and that we have a process for receiving that feedback regularly from OLICAP, and we could probably do that through the Housing Fund Board process. Okay, that's the tax
on the tax, right?
The tax on the tax.
Yeah, the funny one, but for a good purpose, good cause.
For a good cause, and it's getting passed through well, so. Thank you, that's all I had.
Right.
Anything from you?
I love having someone really looking with fresh eyes at the exam learning stuff too. Thank you, Heather. Great stuff. Great to have Gabriel and Ben work on the board, and we have had a consumer public health prior, but it's one of the reasons we've added the stipend now, because it's been challenging to hold, and both of them have had to leave that role prior to the end of their terms. So really excited with Gabriel. And let's see, not only do we pass through the Nurse Family Partnership at Clallam County, but the epidemiology in-house is really relatively new in Jefferson County, and it's great to have that capacity too, growing, and we have 2 on staff now, and it's just.
Those kids up, right?
We would hire KidSAP and outsource that, but if we could only get our own data back cleanly instead of having to request it back from Department of Health, then it would be a fully functioning system. But it's great to have that growing capacity within the county to be able to outsource their agencies, the same way that we do the updated rates for the sheriff deputies, sharing resources with the Port Townsend police and everything. And that's just the way these small agencies work. We have to really rely on mutual aid in building capacity.
And encourages collaboration in a lot of ways, and coordination, which is really good. I get Apple Martin, Director of Public Health, sat down with me for an extra hour last week. Our staff, again, over and over, using wonderful time to get me up to speed and allows me to ask a lot of questions that they can then follow up on, so it's just been excellent. So thanks a lot to Apple for that.
But no problems with anything. Just that, Jazz, it's great to have that system going up there. And I just want to say that we're still working down here at beefing up our AV capacity too. That really miss AV capture's ability to timestamp. And my update, I'll talk about some of the progress that's been going on in Carolyn Camp too.
Real quick, the next couple of weeks seem to be less busy, and so we might be able to finally work with AV Capture on a solution. We're waiting on paying the annual invoice until we get it fixed.
They seem motivated right now.
They are motivated.
That's good. And today's comments really just highlight a lot of times those sort of like putting money into and time into systems can maybe seem less necessary to prioritize, but this one is really important because it is a tool that allows access to the public.
Well, it's like the whole EPL. Not allowing people to be able to see real-time updates on their building permits.
Right.
Like, people were complaining to me in the beginning about it. It's like, no, this is what you're, exactly what
this
you're
is
complaining
part of
about. We're gonna make it transparent.
In just 4 years, you will be
Yeah.
able to, yeah.
Yeah, it's taken a while.
Right, yeah, yeah. Well, anyway, thanks for working on that, Carolyn.
So yeah, great. No other questions?
I would just say the, on number 16, the ADO designation. A lot of work, it's on consent, but I would just say a lot of work has gone into that, not only from Mark and our county, but from our partners at the city and the port and the PUD. I mean, we've been at the table for countless hours.
Yeah.
Talking about this role in the community and got to a good place with the EDC, not long ago, so it's good prudent sense to continue along.
It sure
What we're doing,
Agreed.
yeah.
I'll just add, having been part of that Economic Development Council for 13 years, really to see government engaging is the key. And really, I think a big reason why it just couldn't move forward was, until we can get all those engaged in economic development to the table talking to each other, and that is actually starting to happen, which is really wonderful.
Yeah, so don't want to slow that down at all at this point.
Yeah.
And then just saying out loud that we are having a hearing on February 10th regarding the assumption of the Transportation Benefit District, and if people have lingering feedback to give us about the TBD, that's a good time to do it. So February 10th at 11 a.m. right here in the Commissioner's Chambers. Also glad to see the Production Alliance continuing as our community event partner.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Those folks, as I've said a million times in these sessions, but before being a commissioner and in a previous life, was very active with a number of events in the community and was one of the people that was up till 2 a.m. putting things away, and often Danny Milholland was by my side there with you. And I know that team works so hard, and we can have a better investment and capacity to do effective events in our community. So thank you, Danny and team at Production Alliance. And with that, I will move to approve the consent agenda for January 27th, 2025, minus number 17.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, none abstaining, passes unanimously. Okey doke. We have full 50 minutes.
Wow. Unprecedented.
Let's start with do we want to start with briefing, or do we want to start with see how long it takes to do the aquatic site selection?
We also have that letter that you pulled and,
The consent agenda item. you want
Yeah.
to
and
tackle that?
also, I'll let you know that, Judy Matthews from the Habitat, she said go right around 10:20.
Oh,
And she knows that she has to be kind of fit in as notes at time, but she said she only would like 10 minutes, so.
So let's try and get the aquatic recreation facility item in number 17. Let's start with number 17 from consent.
Okay.
And then we'll see if that gets us to 10:20. And then right from there. Okay, so number 17 on consent. I wonder if what would be most helpful for you in terms of background on the path we've been on regarding, well, I don't know how much homework you've done on this one.
I've tried to do some, and I reached out to a few people over the weekend to try to just get some context, because of course, the comment that I made just in public comment, just as a member of the public, in December when I got to show up at a BOCC meeting, was that it was curious to me that to have this really impactful decision being made without the other folks at the table. I fully recognize that you've been at meetings over and over, probably for a long period of time, and a big process.
Yeah.
And that I wasn't privy to because I hadn't listened in on those meetings, and that's on me. And at the same time, as you mentioned, I have spent a fair amount of time, as a member of a Port Townsend Main Street board, as a business owner in one of our main tourism areas in downtown Port Townsend, and as an economic development member, team member. working on tourism issues with those involved. And I know that this team that is part of LTAC, TCC, Optic, they are content experts. You know, they do this work every day. They know what it takes to have a successful tourism industry in this area, and they should be at the table and be asked about these. I have a problem with the tenor of this letter. Like, I would not feel comfortable signing this letter as it is, and here's part of why. I think this concept that it's clear that the current LTAC members do not agree with the county's legislative priorities, that's not clear to me. And I would like to, and is a pretty broad sweeping statement. I understand that, you know, that there are specific priorities there that maybe they have been resistant to, but by those who I've talked to, there hasn't been enough real conversation for them to really feel comfortable really arriving at a decision that would say yes or no, are they aligned with them? And that deserves conversation to me, especially from these really esteemed members of our community who have been in business for a long, long time and know what the heck they're doing. So that is important to me. I also, just in terms of background, I had a question prompted by the letter. The BOCC will work to develop a set of bylaws consistent with RCW. Of course, I reviewed the RCW, which is, you know, pretty straightforward. It really just gives the guideline of what an LTAC is supposed to do. Does this indicates to me that there isn't a set of bylaws consistent with RCW. So there are no bylaws period.
Correct.
No bylaws for LTAC, TCC.
There's bylaws for GCC.
Okay.
And I have a resolution I'll be bringing soon to repeal and reaffirm, repeal and replace the resolution forming TCC, which was formed before LTAC was law. And then after that, our code actually says TCC will be eliminated and turned into LTAC when it's formed. So our code needs to be updated too, because it talks about just eliminating TCC.
Okay, so, and you're not proposing to eliminate TCC, or you are?
No, we also sent a memo kind of reorienting TCC really to hit more of those master plan goals of aligning government and the tourism industry, because honestly, we haven't had a voice at the table. We've had an ex officio role and haven't really been involved. But that was not received well. And to talk about some of the legislative priorities that they didn't agree with, the LTAC, you know, tradition, like the way that these awards work, if I can kind of give some of that context, is, you know, they issue an RFP, people apply for the RFP, and then they make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. We can accept the number. We can reject the number. We can't modify the number. If we reject the number, LTAC has an opportunity to comment on it. So after the RFP process, they elected to, usually they fund TCC to, you know, $140,000 or what have you.
Right.
Which
all goes to sort of administer it, or does that actually?
$54,000 have gone to the contractor who runs TCC to manage it and to sit on Optic and that kind of thing. And then the balance, 60 to 80,000, kind of depending on the year.
Dollars that
go to marketing specifically, that the chair has traditionally approved, and then the marketing results are reported to TCC.
Okay.
This year, though they left money on the table, LTAC recommended we wanted to staff TCC with a new county staff member at 0.5 and also staff LTAC. One of the struggles with getting bylaws and working on the RFP is that there's no staff capacity for LTAC, so the RCW explicitly talks about staffing it with LTAC dollars.
Can I insert that the cities recently redirected its approach to LTAC.
I saw that, yeah.
And we learned something from that. Hey, there is staff capacity now at the city to actually run the LTAC program.
Yeah,
And it aligned with the government
And
and
that
the
works
tourism
well,
industry.
yeah.
So we suggested doing that, and I made that presentation, and they funded it at $0. And so that's really the alignment. So I'm scrambling to both figure out how we're going to continue staffing LTAC, which we don't have any staff. I mean, we have, ideal clerks it, but so I'm looking at AI tools and everything, and also keep TCC going. Before it had staff support at $54,000. But though only $750,000 and change was awarded, and we just ratified their awards to just be done with it. And because we're changing and didn't want to have this, it would keep on going. So they left $150,000 on the table rather than funding staff capacity for LTAC. So that's really the fundamental disconnect, I think, that motivated us all unanimously on the 23rd to say, let's have this conversation about what it should be. So, I mean, I'm happy to modify the language of this, but that's the background to legislative priorities, not just our memo directing them to focus on destination development, which I think is important, but also to a real, it seemed, knee-jerk reaction to any of the changes that we were trying to make legislatively to the management of PCC and to building capacity, as a county intermediary with the tourism system.
And I guess that is exactly where I get to the point where I say, well, I would want to ask the people who are resistant, why they're resistant. And without getting to have that conversation, it's really hard to see both sides.
We can still, and I'm having this conversation, right? I'm having interviews with each of the TCC members and all the LTAC members. And this doesn't mean that they can't be reappointed, right?
That was gonna be my last kind of point or thing that I wanted to ask about, was this last sort of, thank you for your service. Just feels like slap. Thank you for your service is just like a little add-on. So that felt, that's what I mean about the tenor of the letter.
Sure.
Feels like.
I mean, I'm happy to edit the tenor.
So here's my question. Do you have a sense of how many sitting members are gonna reapply and and actually be willing to engage in the conversation that you're suggesting? Or do you think it's just?
I think all of the LTAC members will be willing to engage. I've got an appointment scheduled with, I've only reached out to TCC yet. I'm the only organization that sits on TCC. They have a different representative from the Quilting Historical Society than LTAC, also the Quilting. So I haven't heard back from Quilting Historical Museum, so I'm working to just go to one of their board meetings and have a conversation, because there's certainly some hurt feelings that I precipitated. But I'm meeting with Diana this week. I'm meeting with, I met with Amy last week, and she was just told, you sit on this board. Amy Neal, the ED, she's off for PTO for a couple weeks, but she could take it or leave it, really, whatever is best. And one of the things that one of the problems I have with the system is that we have had the same 4 organizations representing that for more than a decade. And yet the matrix of lodging tax revenue has changed significantly with short-term rentals.
Yeah.
So I think that we just need to, so this is like an effort to start again. Let's think about what this board should be. And, also talking to Amy and hearing that her number one problem was workforce housing. And that is something we can fund with LTAC now, but it was a no-go with the LTAC when I was having the conversation with the group. So sometimes, if you want to change, I think disruption is needed, and I think they'll be at the table, but I think that we kind of need to reset the playing field to have the conversation.
Yeah, and so, being able to hear, what are you so worried about? In this sort of process of paradigm shift that I think is really required in a lot of what we're going to be looking at going forward. I'm not always going to be against paradigm shift in general, but I do feel like there's a way to just steamroll paradigm shift and throw out everything good and everything bad and just start over. I am against that form of paradigm shift. I think that there are ways for us to keep the good things and adjust, and add, and try out some new things, maybe with a very kind of experimental attitude about it. We're gonna try this and see if it works, and if it doesn't work, hey, we can go back, it's okay, right? And so this is not a letter that I would send, and I'm being asked to sign it. So I would like for it to say something that at least encourages people, that really is an honest assessment of, we actually hope that if you want to engage in this conversation, that you will reapply and that you will participate in this process, because that is actually what I want to happen. And I think this can be a productive conversation that honors the expertise and history of the people that have been at the table. And if they choose not to do that, they choose not to do that. But I'd like for them to be welcomed in an honest and way.
I'm happy to do that, and I would welcome, you could, over the lunch break, maybe if you wanted, we have a county coordination meeting, but
I will help.
And we don't have to approve this day, it's just, this was kind of following up on the
Yeah.
23rd, so that action's been taken, and how to manifest that is great.
Okay.
One other detail is that, one thing we're considering is, as I start to work on bylaws with the prosecutor's office, is a recommendation to consider was a residency requirement. That would, half of LTAC would not qualify for a residency requirement.
Meaning the owner themselves or the member
The
on
member
LTAC
lived in Jefferson.
needs to be a member of
And
our
that's,
community.
they could still, so that's something for us to consider.
I think that's what I'm considering, has some perspectives on both sides for sure, but I would like, seems like reasonable consideration.
But I think even if we embrace that, and that those members that couldn't re-up under those rules would still be encouraged to be part of the process.
Okay. So I will just say to anybody, members of the public who are involved in this process, that really I would like to hear that I have been able to reach out individually, but not to all of you. And I'd like to hear what your resistance is, to the change. What are you worried about losing in this process? And I think that's really important to understand and look at honestly and say, I'm really worried that we're going to lose the personal touch with our guests, or we're going to lose, by going all to, online tools that, we're going to lose a whole sector of the travelers, whatever. There are real things that are making you resistant to, the concerns that, the ideas, new ideas. And I'd like to hear what some of those are.
And can I say one more thing?
Wrap up.
Okay.
Guests are here.
I definitely was kind of pushing more disruptive change in a harder way. And I think I came in initially too with what I thought were some pretty good solutions, and slowing the roll a little bit. Those didn't go through LTAC, and I can accept that, and we're moving on with kind of the status quo this year, but really with I hope to kind of recast CCC in a way to really evaluate the impacts, the outcomes and the outputs of the tourism system and the investments being made in lodging tax. So I hope the TCC, the people will remain engaged in that, and that it is a valuable tool in informing the LTAC going forward about what works, what doesn't, and considering these things that have been kind of out of the realm of consideration, like workforce housing, which is I would say there's nothing, it cannot be ignored, and we are ignoring it as an option, a funding option for that right now.
Okay, well, I appreciate the disruptive concepts. And I'd just like to add in a little sort of reminder that these are our neighbors and friends and colleagues and deeply connected people in our community who have good ideas too. And no one single person in government should be the one to say, I'm sorry, but your ideas don't matter. And I don't think that's what you're trying to do, Commissioner, but that's somehow achieved.
Well, I did achieve, yes. Can I throw one more thing out about our, the tourism plan, just to kind of give you a little bit of the flavor of things that I'm looking
Yeah.
into?
That'd be great.
You've seen the state tourism data that is kind of the linchpin of that. Which I think that the plan is great, and I really, it was reading the plan that motivated a lot of these changes, and like government should be part of this, and we're not. But something that really kind of didn't seem right to me was that $69.9 million of direct lodging revenue. You remember that? That's how much we, it's on the chart. The first page of it is,
You send it to me.
I
Or
will,
just the link.
Oh, yeah, this, I remember.
the slides that show, oh, there you go. Economic impacts of tourism in Jefferson County.
You want to share your screen?
Sure.
So people can see.
Egg and I pork.
Sharing the screen that Greg's
sharing
talking
the
about.
screen. All right, so this, the consultant that made the master plan didn't create these numbers, right? They're from the state tourism
Yeah.
report that they do.
Okay.
And I did a little bit of math, like this is from 2022 numbers, $69.3 million for direct visitor lodging. And I was like, well, if I take the $900,000 that we got in LTAC revenue divided by 0.04, which is our rate, I get $22 million. I'm like, well, that's very different than $69 million in direct lodging. So where's the difference? And I realized, oh, some of it's Port Townsend, because it's not, that ours only accounts for Jefferson County. So
Right.
I'm getting those numbers. Stacey Freight is helping me get those.
Mhm.
And then, but that still leaves $30 million. Where is that $30 million coming from? And so I'll share one other screen really quickly. I got the report that the consultants used. This is the report. Great report. I can't dig into the data so much, but I highlighted the Jefferson County here. See, $69.3 million. I don't know. I've asked, how do you get these other numbers too? This is food and beverage. This is all direct spending, not indirect or induced revenue. But then I went down to the bottom and it's not, oh wait, maybe this is kind of a little bit. I expand.
Yeah.
See my controls.
Get rid of that.
Maybe you can just send this to us so we can.
Yeah. But it's really one point that I wanted to show. That is, lodging spending includes second home valuation.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Which is, as we know, that's
Wow.
the just the assessed value of second homes in Jefferson County doesn't to me speak to,
And not a percentage of that?
it doesn't look.
Interesting.
I mean, but that could be $30 million, but of course,
That's more than that. Would be more than
It
that.
would be more than that.
I don't know what it,
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm still trying to reach out for more information, but just it's a rabbit hole that you can spend a lot of time going into.
Well, I appreciate you going down the rabbit hole and I feel like it was months ago now. I remember looking at you sitting, I was sitting here and you were sitting here and I was like, Greg, it's our community we're talking about. And I still, when I read this letter, I'm like, I don't want to sign this letter. I still feel like it's not how I feel. So I would really like to hear more about what members of the community think. In terms of a path forward and react to some of these ideas. I think there's a ton of great ideas.
But we've taken this action already, right? So can we edit this letter to facilitate that
Yeah, we
conversation?
can
But
write a much better letter. Yeah,
who wants to update this draft?
I will help with it.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
I'm not volunteering for anything else. I just got put on another committee. So another, I know. So we are, Carolyn looked at the agenda planner and we're gonna place a discussion about this letter and public comments. So I thought Diana had her hand up. So next week at 3 o'clock, February 3rd at 3 o'clock, we will have a further discussion about this matter and a public comment period.
About the attack.
Yeah, thank you, Carolyn.
Carolyn, did I get picked off here? Do you see me on the panel? I see you as a panelist still. You do?
Okay, we are gonna skip our discussion and potential action regarding the aquatic recreational facility because our guest is in the room.
Right.
Jamie Maciejewski from Habitat. for request for Jefferson County to act as a fiscal sponsor for a federal grant. So, hi Jamie, nice to see you again.
Appreciate you making time in the schedule to hear about this. The work at Mason and Cedar Street, the 17-acre property, you know that the sewer is going in. Our project is going forward. We did a pre-application with your department about the replatting of the property. We expect to be putting permits in within the next few months for the infrastructure.
You had a fantastic outreach event the other night at the library. I think about 80 people between online and in the room were there and
Well attended.
Yeah.
really
It's so
terrific.
great. I didn't get to go because you were going, but I'm gonna go. You recorded it, right?
We recorded it. It will be on our website within a day or two.
Cool, I'm gonna go.
and generally for just attending something and listening, it's
We
fine.
can go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
Students have zoomed in, no problem.
Okay, that's
We
good
try
to
to
know.
announce it to the public and put it on your calendar so we can put it on.
That's
your-
why we do
We're all gonna
calendar.
be there. Okay, good to know.
Yeah. Sorry, we're bringing her up to speed as we go.
That's great. So we are getting new numbers in, revised numbers on cost, and it's expensive to do the infrastructure. It looks to us like the houses themselves, the houses will probably be pretty much paid for the cost of construction with the mortgages for the selling price that will come from them. However, the infrastructure and developing the ground is very expensive. Last year, we asked Congress for their support with a direct appropriation of $3 million toward the infrastructure. The congressional delegation was very supportive. We were really pleased, and Senator Cantwell included that $3 million request in her package for the Senate. It was not put into the Senate's budget, so it is not moving forward from last year. That's the budget that hasn't been approved yet, but they will start again and do a new round of those kinds of applications and vetting. We had more than 30 letters of support from various organizations, including the BOCC, for that, which we really appreciated. And it really demonstrated to us the importance of this and the workforce housing, as you've been talking about now, and what that will be able to do. 136 homes will be the result from that neighborhood, with a very wide range of incomes, but it will be permanently affordable that will stay part of the community. Last year, we had submitted our request. We began expecting that we would be submitting it to all three of our federal delegation, both our congressmen and both senators. The House made a decision as they released their application that nonprofit organizations could not request support directly.
Oh, yes.
They needed to have a public fiscal sponsor. So we did not apply on the House side, we applied only on the Senate side. We are planning to do that again, but with the changes it is always possible that the Senate could decide to require a public fiscal sponsor for a nonprofit organization also. So we are asking you if you would be willing to be the public fiscal sponsor for this grant. Clearly there would be, and Mark McCauley and I have talked a little bit about it, there would be some percentage of the grant that would need to pay for your expenses in the staffing that would be required to monitor and steward these funds, oversee it. Our first hope is that we'll be able to go directly, but we won't know likely until maybe a week before the application is due, whether a fiscal sponsor is required. We just have to be nimble. So that's the reason that I'm here to ask you for that as a potential that the county could be in public fiscal sponsor. Great.
Can I ask, or maybe a little bit of context and then ask Amanda a question? And that's, I mean, I think at the last round, when you found out at the, 11th hour that you really needed a fiscal sponsor, we had another project that we were sponsoring, and it was really, there can only be one, right? So I guess I'm wondering, do we have one in the works right now, or is there a clear path to being the fiscal sponsor for this as the one that we would support?
Well, I would say you just set your legislative agenda.
Yeah.
So the legislative agenda that you just determined most recently in that, you prioritized, I believe it was the roundabout.
So that would be an application on the same.
That's
It's not a
the transportation budget of the state.
Yeah.
Sponsorship agreement.
That wouldn't be a
At
fiscal
the federal
sponsorship.
level,
State.
that's the state.
Okay.
So did you choose a federal legislative priority?
You choose a federal, well, I have our legislative priorities right here.
Good.
Mm-mm.
I'm asking you a question, I
Well,
should ask myself.
I mean,
No, I didn't
Operational.
follow up to what to.
No,
like,
I
find
mean,
what
there's
this
no
involves.
funding priorities on our federal funding.
no, it was just the only one even close is to support.
The road repairs.
And operations for housing, through the housing vouchers, but that wouldn't
That's a
be,
legislative-
that wouldn't
That's
be
not
a
a congressionally
participation.
directed
Yeah,
request.
no,
So yeah, so then, given that, which I wasn't aware of, I think that this would be our, as
would
far
be
as
the only
my
one that's on the
knowledge,
table.
the only federal directed spending requests that Jefferson County would have.
And what guides the requirement that we can only sponsor one? Is that,
The portals themselves, they only wanted one, you can't put in multiple requests and have them choose, I mean, you could put in different requests, I think, to different.
oh, they say
legislative-
they. only
Yeah,
want- okay,
so
got it.
these are, essentially earmarked, right?
Yep.
Correct, and so you can't, only so much port.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I appreciate the detail, because it addressed one of my questions about the percentage of the grant would go toward the expense of fiscal sponsorship, because on the agenda request, the fiscal analysis, of course, says it doesn't cost anything to say we're gonna be a fiscal sponsor at this point, but of course, if we actually became the sponsor, there would be costs.
Well, we don't incur additional costs. It would just defray some of Amanda's.
Well, that was my
costs that
question. Do
we
you have the
would pay-
capacity?
Right,
We
that's
would pay anyway.
right, yeah, so how, do you feel like you have the capacity to do it?
Yes, I mean, I think that it's a real strategic priority for the county and crucial investment in our community. That Habitat has a good, strong team that's really capable of engine construction projects. And you're so far along, Our other partnership with the YMCA, it's been sort of phenomenal, to see how taking multiple different funding streams and braiding them together and how that really looks and how much work it really takes. And you haven't been introduced to it yet, Heather, but that is something that you're.
Well, yeah, and having come from the development world, I have a little different perspective on it from the side of a project owner, so.
Yeah. So, it's totally work, but I think it's well within. Yeah. Something we can.
That was my question.
But I think that we should align our lobbyists with it and,
Yes.
make sure that.
Amplify.
Yeah, amplify it, make sure that all of the pathways are appropriately.
I mean, we have like the boldest and most responsible habitat there is. I don't even know how that's possible, but yeah, I think this is, I would be very in favor of making this our the priority.
Just a quick question for the record. I missed what the name of this project was. I had a location, but is there a name on this project?
Everyone wants a new name.
It's called.
Right now, we're calling it the Mason Street neighborhood.
All right, I'll put
It
that
it will likely have a new name at some
With a naming contest or something.
Something.
Can I just ask you a little bit about timeline, just because I get so many
Of course.
questions about it, would you just kind of review anything you know about timeline right now? And in particular, a question that I'm getting from potential homeowners is, do you have any sense of when you might be accepting applications?
It does.
Yes, we do. So we expect to break ground at this time next year on the infrastructure. We expect the first homes to be occupied in 2027 and the first phase to be done in 2028, completed.
There are 5 phases, right?
Yes, so we will be accepting applications for home ownership by the end of this calendar year.
End of 2025, okay, 136 homes.
That's right.
Okay, get your application pencils ready, everybody.
And so that people know, and we are accepting applications for other homes right now in Port Townsend, should people be interested, they don't need to wait. And we're eager to be opening that up.
Jamie, you must be so proud of your team and
I am.
excited for this. Thank
It's
you.
really great. Thank you for your support. Any other questions?
I'm happy to make a motion that Jefferson County acts as a fiscal sponsor for a federal grant for the Mason Street neighborhood in Port Havlock.
Should it be necessary?
Should it be necessary?
I'll second that.
Any more discussion?
So, and we should, whether or not it's necessary, we should help amplify it as a, you know, I think we should, our legislative, talk to Stephanie about it and do what we can to help.
We have a lobbyist who's helping us in Washington State and in Washington DC, so we can have our help.
That's good.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Thanks, Amanda, for the work you will do on this project. Tacos next time.
I don't know if you can stick around for a moment, Jamie.
Sure.
Yeah, can we talk?
Oh,
real
yeah.
quick?
So we're gonna move to an item that was not timed on our agenda, which is site selection for aquatic recreational facility, and we will take public comment on this item. For those online.
But they're not. Present, but my internet is preventing, I gotta.
I'm so excited about this.
Are we taking public comment because there's potential action? Is
Mhm.
that what determines it?
Yeah. Potentially supporting a site for the aquatic facility.
Sharing the screen, hopefully.
I'll add that is because no site was proposed in the agenda request, the public would not have any way of knowing what might be. So they need to be able to make comments on whatever the motion is.
I have just a quick presentation, make sure I hit all the right points. I'm sure since I'm not sharing the actual presentation, but a copy, I'll share the wrong copy, but here it is. Okay, so, a little red screen, turn that off. I don't know how familiar you are, Heather, but this is what I'm gonna talk about today, a quick history. There can be only one, the ILA, and then a question about resolution or ordinance that we don't have to answer today, but we want to just put it in front of you. So history really quick, there was a steering committee with kind of more located on replacing the Mountain View pool. It went on for a year. Wasn't super popular in the community. We put together another Help You Together task force last year. They presented to both the county and the city. And we said, yes, let's do a PFD, a public facilities district, which we can create. And to support developing a mid-county aquatic recreation facility. And this here is the link to all the task force materials where you can see all the reports, the steering committee's final report, the task force presentation, as well as videos of all the task force meetings.
I did get to attend the first task force meeting by video, just at the time, I was just interested in it, and I viewed several of the other meetings and looked at some of the materials, so I'm getting caught up, and I've also gotten to speak with some members of Jack and some of the previous task force, and so I'm just quickly trying to get myself up to speed.
Cool. So as you remember, we want to fill out a local community project application form to the state legislature to support design dollars. And this is a slide from the final report of the task force, and it says make general siting decision now. We've already decided on the PFD, and also the city signed a resolution unanimously supporting this plan as well. So Port Townsend.
And I understand the city said if there's a mid-county pool, they are not going to put dollars into Mountain View pool, is that?
What they said is we'll try to keep a Mountain View pool going until there is another facility, which is, I think, all that can be asked. And I don't think anyone, our research showed it costs somewhere between $5 to $8 million to keep the Mountain View pool going as it is currently designed, kind of reforming it in the same shape and considerably more than that. So that's what they're committed to. They were talking when we were talking about replacing the Mountain View pool with the new pool about doing an operational subsidy to keep it going as they do now. And we're not asking that or any funds from Port Townsend on for a mid-county pool, though they did ask to be consulted as we seek a PFD board, which can be a minimum of 5 or 7 members, is probably what we would recommend. The Healthier Together Task Force recommended that that operational subsidy that is most likely needed for an aquatic facility be built into the funding model. So if they were successful in passing a 0.2% sales tax, that you build, you've got less money because you want to make sure that you have some money stored up to offset that operational deficit, which almost all pools run. The Pasco, which just passed a ballot levy to build a pool. They waited a year and kind of built up some funds before they even got starting on building, so they had that reserve.
Okay.
It's been pointed out here too that it took them 20 years to build a pool from that PFD, but that PFD was actually not formed to build a pool. It was just later they decided they needed a public facility district because they can maintain, you know, many different facilities from convention centers to parks, perhaps an ODT. But one of the things they can do is as a taxing agency, you know, ask for money to build a pool.
And that would be true of our BFD as well.
Correct. So this is another slide from the final report. There were 2 viable tri-area locations. The reason that we have to choose one now is the local community project requires site control. One of these locations, Jefferson County has site control of, Chimicum Park.
But you're talking about the legislative community projects application to.
Yes. Yeah, so you have to have site control and you've got to apply for it for a site. So though a formed PFD can make different decisions, they're an independent agency, so they can say this is a bad plan and move to a different plan or abandon the pool entirely, right? They would be the shepherds at that point. Both of these had real advantages. The Chimicum Park is right across from H.J. Carroll Park, county owned land, so we do have site control now. It's not in the phase 1 sewer area or even the phase 2 sewer area, so it's more challenging. We know from South Whidbey Island that you can build a pool on a septic system.
Right, can you zoom in on the words?
I don't know.
I think you can zoom. What's the bless?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you can, South Whidbey is building a pool and a septic system, but it's adding about $1 million in cost and at least a year in permitting through Department of Health. And we also have to do significant road improvements since being across from Chimicum Park on a major highway. We'd want left turn into it, so we almost undoubtedly end up with a roundabout that we'd have to come up with another $2 million for. So there's some real costs. The Chimicum Creek Elementary is exciting, but small. The available land is about the size of the Mountain View campus. It is in the phase 1 sewer area directly below. You see that airstrip you see above that is the airstrip that will soon become the Mason Street neighborhood.
Right.
We had talked before about a land swap with the Chimicum School District, so there'd be some land acquisition costs and everything. But it's really appropriate. It would be very walkable, of course, with the VNR mobile home park across the way, across Cedar Avenue, and the Jefferson County Library right there as well. There's a bus stop by both of them, I think. Well, there's not a bus stop that stops right in front of Chimicum Park, but there's a bus stop right in front of on Cedar Avenue there. So as I was trying to fill out the LCP form, we need to choose one to apply for, and there were also other cons that some people objected to the Chimicum Park site because it's a forested area.
That was.
So it creates, there was just more objections to that, and everyone that heard about building it next to the library was like, oh yeah, that sounds like a great place for a pool. So I met with the superintendent in the library, and the recommendation is that we look to the apply at the Chimicum Creek primary. The one thing that is kind of misleading is these trees. You see the property line from our GIS. So it's, there's about 3 acres of workable land here. I met with the superintendent, I met with the library. They're all in favor and would actually be, they'd have to ask their board for final permission, but they would be amenable to allowing overflow parking in their extra large parking lot there. They've been working for years with the Chimicum School District on getting pass-through options since they get big trucks from the food bank that ship loads and everything there. So being able to do pass-through would be really critical to them. this parking lot is where they park the buses, so it's not really a viable sharing alternative.
Mhm.
But meeting with the superintendent, and then he verified this with this board, they're no longer interested in a land swap, they're just really interested in making this happen. So we talked initially about some sort of purchase and sale agreement, or, you know, figuring out the land swap prior to applying, because you need to guarantee 15 years of site control with the
Right.
LPP.
I'm surprised it's only 15.
Right, yeah, but they're all in, you know, and they want to, when the sewer comes,
Do
of
we need to
course.
make things formal to like of an MOU or?
I'll get there.
Okay.
So their drain field is right here, Chimacum School District drain field is right here. You know, up at the top here, the Chimacum School District wants to move their garden and stuff here up to this area and rearrange their playground.
So you said this is on phase 1.
But this is phase 1 sewer, yes. So all of those drain fields become accessible. That's why they've never succeeded in opening up that pass through, because they'd have to go right through the library's drain field.
Right, okay.
So-
It's an early stage in phase 1 as well. I think it's 1 or 2.
Yeah. So, they are now excited to be partners and co-applicants on the local community project application. They being Chimacum School District, which if you look through the different things you can apply for, I mean, design fund is one, but. So we were going to be under, you know, indoor youth athletic facilities, outdoor youth athletic facilities. This adds trails, since we'd be expanding that trail system, and it also adds school, because they would be a partner. It eliminates the problem with site control, because obviously they own the property. And we are incorporating design of a whole campus that will happen collaboratively, both with Habitat for Humanity, and I've got a meeting with Jamie scheduled for later this week, hopefully. And with the library to create this campus. So the school district would be getting some design parameters to move their school garden, the playground, and we would get a full campus design. We don't necessarily have to do anything before this, but it's highly recommended that we get an ILA in together that the prosecutor's office is already working on. Eventually, that ILA would include the PFD, potentially the library, potentially Habitat for Humanity, but for the purposes of this LCP application, it will just include the school district and the county. The school district is prepared to call a special meeting of their board to ratify that ILA. We've got our prosecutors have already been recommending lawyers for them to look at, and they also have offered up our services to help get this through, because under RCW, our county legal team can also work for school districts. So I think their lawyers would primarily be there for, you know, making sure there's no gotchas in the ILA as we set up a long-term relationship. So we're looking today to choose one site, and this is the recommendation. Any questions on that? I'll cover a few other things quickly, and then I guess take public comment, maybe after a motion.
I think we just carry on, keep going. I'd love to hear public comment on this.
So as I said, oops, zoomed in a little bit. Concurrently, we're drafting, whoops, typo in there, sorry, I did this morning. We're drafting an ILA between the school district and the county to apply for this LCP. And then we also, the next step is forming the PFD. We want to have the PFD kind of actionable by the time the survey that the Jefferson Aquatic Coalition is pushing in February and March is done, and the data starts to be analyzed so they can have the benefit of that data. The RCW requires that we do a resolution we can form a PFD with. Many are formed with ordinance, and an ordinance is a little more formal and would require a hearing, which doesn't add a lot of cost, but gives more time for, you know, not just public comment, but for testimony. So we don't have to decide that, but we should probably decide in the next week or two if we want a resolution or ordinance. Our legal team stands ready to make
that recommendation.
Resolution is easier, you know, but if we think that there's going to be, you know, a lot of public comment, then it's a little more formal to do an ordinance and just formalizes that collection of data.
I would lean in that direction.
That's it.
Awesome.
And I'll send this to you, Karen, so you have a copy of it. I might fix the typo, or the typo part of public record now. Yeah, all right.
Video,
Yeah.
For the purposes of moving us along, I'm happy to make a motion, or does someone want to make a motion? All right, make the motion.
I would move that the BOCC select the Chimacum Creek Primary as the site for the future aquatic center, at least our, let me rephrase. I move that the BOCC apply for the LCP in partnership with the Chimacum School District, choosing the site of the Chimacum Creek Primary as the site.
I'm happy to second that.
Are we having public comment?
Actually thrilled, yeah.
Yeah, public comment.
So it's been moved and seconded, and now we would love to open this up for public comment. So. If you're online with us, you can make public comment by raising your hand using the raise hand button at the bottom of the Zoom screen. I see you, Tom. If you're in the room with us and you'd like to make public comment on this, raise your physical hand. Not seeing any hands go up in the room, so we'll start with Tom Tiersch and then Diane McDade. Tom, you have the drill.
Thank you. Good morning again. Question about well, first of all, a little disappointing that the presentation that we just saw wasn't available in board packet before the meeting. Always like to see those ahead of time instead of seeing something cold, but that's the way it is, I guess. In the agenda item, it mentions that there's a deadline of February 21st for applying for these funds. Is that if that's a hard and fast date, what's driving that? Not clear. The other thing that seems a little cart before the horse-ish here is that while yes, a PFD once formed might choose to change the site recommendation, the funds are being applied for with a particular site specified, and changing that after the fact seems like pretty improbable. For the BOCC to be making this decision, instead of having a PFD itself, which is going to be responsible for the management of this thing, making that decision, it just seems a little backwards. One thing preceding the other just strikes me as odd. The other thing about funding and the operational deficit should not be ignored. The amount of money that the PFD sales tax is going to be able to raise is just barely enough to cover the cost of the bond that's going to be needed to build the facility. Operationally, all the costs are going to have to be borne either by membership fees or by a subsidy from the county and hopefully the city. So let's not overlook that, because there's going to be no surplus of funding available to the PFD. You just got to pay for the bond. So let's not overlook that when describing how this thing is going to work. Thank you.
Mr. Tiersch, and then we have Dean with her hand up. If anyone else is with us online, would like to make a public comment on the motion of citing the aquatic facility at the Chimacum Creek primary location, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Diane was first. Diane, you have 3 minutes for public comment.
Okay, thank you very much, commissioners. Thanks, Greg, for that presentation. I'm Diane McDade, president of the Jeffco Aquatic Coalition. I participated in every meeting of the Healthier Together Task Force this last summer, and spent a lot of time with the members of our organization contemplating the 2 sites that you're considering today. And I do believe that the idea that there will be a lot of pedestrian traffic that's immediately adjacent to the Chimacum Creek Elementary site really it speaks to its desirability. There is always a question of how many people will visit a pool to cover its costs and to keep it viable. And the idea that there will be so many visitors to that campus, both with the new habitat project, the existing residential community around the area, which is already substantial, along with the visitors to the library and the students and family members and faculty at the elementary school, will contribute a great deal to the the viability of the site. Obviously, an aquatic center is going to draw visitors from all over the county, and the mid-site location was selected, mid-county location was selected because it does bring 7,000 more people within a 20-minute drive than the previous location in Port Townsend. So I think this site makes a great deal of sense from the idea that it also creates a campus-like feeling where there would be new outdoor recreational opportunities for the entire community, with that existing playground being maybe expanded and available across the board. The task force members visited a facility kind of similar to this, although at a larger scale in Idaho, where there was a joint building and community aquatic center built adjacent to an elementary school, and the YMCA sponsored that building. But basically, it worked really well for them to have that strong partnership with the schools. So I think this site, given the cost constraints that we know we're going to be under, is a really good choice. Adding the $2 million, which is the estimate for building on septic, just is right out of the gate an additional cost. I would just like to say that the recommendation of the task force was that we take a very cost-constrained approach to looking at each feature and amenity that would be in this new aquatic recreation center. And so I think that by selecting this site, we're taking the more budget-conscious approach right from the very beginning. So I want to speak in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Diana. Jean, I saw your hand up. And if anyone else is with us who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or raise your hand here in the room with us. Jane.
I'm very concerned about a 15-year site control constriction. That is, 15 years goes by in the blink of an eye, and I wonder if consideration has been given to the expected lifespan of a facility that we may dump a bunch of public funding into. I wonder if that 15-year restriction is something that could be expanded. I would like to apologize for my lack of specificity this morning, given the tight 3-minute time constraint. I agree that the process did indeed improve, and drastically so, once Commissioner Brotherton took over leadership of the Healthier Together Steering Committee. I completely agree with that, and I apologize for not mentioning it. The process prior to then was accurately portrayed by me this morning, so I stand by that. I am not authorized to speak on behalf of Ms. Yarnell, so I can neither confirm nor deny her level of offense, but I was definitely personally offended by the attack, and I am sorry for hurting your feelings by pointing that out, that your conduct was less than honorable. You could speak directly with the source and, get from her whether or not she was offended. This is an exciting step we're taking today. This process has been a little agonizing, I guess I would say, and I still have concerns and some constructive criticism, but I'm very excited to see a major step being taken today, and this is a big win. And so congratulations to all who have participated, whether or not you liked their feedback. It has made a better final product, and it has increased the access to the process by members of the public, the peanut gallery. So thank you for being more or less receptive to that, given whatever moment in time we're talking about. So thank you. And I just applaud everyone's efforts. This is very exciting. Thank you.
Jane, if anyone else is online and would like to comment on this, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. I did see a hand up in the room. Amanda, come on up.
Yeah, I brought over Shelley Yarnell, and we have a new caller on.
Oh yeah, and if you're the caller on the line wanting to comment on this matter, you can press *9 and we'll bring you over. Amanda.
My name's Amanda Christopherson and I'm a resident of District 1. And I'll make a comment today because I'm in the room as a parent and a member of the community, not as a staff of Jefferson County. And I would say one that I'm part of the Port Townsend PTA and have some communication with the Chimicum School District PTA. And I think as parents and community members, looking for opportunities for our children to have indoor climate controlled recreation in this area is really, really important. And to have the ability to interact with the recreation, water recreation is also really important in this area. So I'm really excited about this project. I think that the move to the mid-county location is really an incredible sign of equitable investment by the county in a more accessible place for more of our county residents. And the third thing that I would say is that even though it seems premature to apply for a specific site right now for the LCT stands for local community project.
It's legislative community projects. Yeah.
Legislative community project. In order to move forward, all design, it has to be done. So when and design dollars, they can be manipulated again, design can be manipulated, but if you do want to move a project forward, you have to start with design and taking the steps, even though they may not be followed through on always. It's difficult to invest in things that don't come to fruition, but those design is the first step and the most inexpensive step theoretically. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Amanda. Okay, you said that there were other Shelley.
Good morning again, Shelley Yarnell Brennan. I'm more confused than ever. This is a small site, but yet you're asking in a survey for all these extra things that people want. Which is it? Do you have room for them or is it a small site? It says right on your thing that there's not a lot that can be added. So that's very confusing. And I don't think that this is going to be brought forward in the Jack volunteers who want the pool, making sure that people understand how confusing this all is. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment, Shelley. See another hand going up. Dan Ventura. Come on over, Dan. You need to accept the promotion to panelist.
Okay, thanks very much. Hey, I just wanted to jump in and say a couple things real quick. Number one, this has been a contentious process, but there have been two major developments that show that it is not a unilateral process. So number one, the pertinent question at hand, moving the site from Port Townsend down to Chimicum. I feel like that's a huge change that happened a while ago, but it was kind of the first step in this being a lot of call and response from public concerns, and I appreciate the Board of County Commissioners and the Jefferson Aquatic team doing that. Number two is the survey that's about to go out. The North Canal Chamber of Commerce was asked to review and provide feedback on the survey, which we did, and I don't see the survey being issued yet, but I'm hoping that some of that feedback will be taken to heart. The one thing that I wanted to kind of inject into the discussion, I went down to Great Wolf Lodge in Grand Mound earlier in the month with my son, who's 5 years old, and we spent a ton of time there. We spent, 2 days there and did every single thing and every entertainment thing they had to do, and really had a really good time. And one of the reasons that it was so good is because there was hotel and amenities on site. I know that's probably not something that the county is looking for, but as you guys talk about destination development, some thought towards public-private partnership, if this were to go through, that would include, very close lodging, that would increase, stay potential, LTAC dollars, and potential utilization of the facility from folks out of town. So I hope that as this progresses, that kind of stuff is taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up.
Can I respond real quick?
Yeah.
Appreciate the public comment, and just to build a little bit on what Amanda said, a design here would have ancillary benefits as well. This is also designing the playground and garden redesign for the Franklin School District. So even if there is delay or what have you with building an aquatic facility, there is real implementable application of this design. Though she's absolutely right. You can't go to ballot until you have a design. You know, there's no way, you know, a pre-design, you know, at the very least. So this is a really critical step. A lot of work has happened already to kind of winnow it down, and this one is a really super beneficial space. Appreciate the other comments. I think that was the only thing I wanted to kind of respond to directly.
And still in shock that I might have a pool in Hadlock someday. I've lived there my entire life. It's a little bit much for me to take in, so it's exciting.
Okay, I have some replies and I'll try not to take too much time. Mr. Tiersch, you asked a question about the February 21st, whether that's a hard and fast deadline, and it actually is a hard and fast deadline. I happen to have applied for these funds through another agency multiple times in the past, so I know this grant pretty well. It is a hard and fast deadline, and it does require site control. They do allow for various forms of site control, including a long-term lease and various different options. You don't have to directly own the property, but it does require site control, and that does require you to choose one single property. So I understand what you're saying around the backwards process, having worked in development for many years and in various different levels, nonprofit and for-profit. I will say that funding development projects is inherently a backwards process, and it is frustratingly so. Sometimes you have to play by those rules. You're playing by the rules of the funders, and you're making choices about whether you want to do that or not. And you have to understand the implications of it. I think this one does make sense. It's not, I would be very concerned about it if there hadn't been all of the process that has already occurred around these two properties, and in the pros and cons lists alone, the choice seems clear to me, not to mention the deep and very mutually beneficial partnerships that could come with it. So I'm really excited to hear about that. Yeah.
Ms. Ball asked about the 15 years. That's a requirement of the LCP, but
Yes.
Jefferson School District is not letting go of that property anytime soon. So this is anticipated to be a generational project,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we're talking 15 years.
Absolutely, and it's a good point that she makes. I mean, you heard me kind of exclamatorily saying, oh, I'm surprised it's only 15 years. That is just a requirement of the LCP. That's the minimum that they require, but that doesn't mean that we have to accept only a 15-year agreement, and we can work toward having a longer term commitment, which does make a whole lot of sense. Ms. McDade, so we'll talk a whole lot more about this. But when we talk about the operational deficit, which we know will be happening, and we talk about membership fees and subsidy being partially to fill that gap. One of the reasons that I really want to hear more about amenities, and I appreciate the comment from Mr. Ventura around that. And so that is juxtaposed by many other comments that say, what in the world are we doing? But, building this big bells and whistles project, why aren't we either not building at all and putting our money into something like roads or, things that we all agree we need? But the counterpoint to that for me that I really think we need to explore is earned revenue. There's two counterpoints, actually. The one that Ms. Christopherson made about the importance of things to do for our youth and for visiting youth and for visiting elders for that matter. This project is very important for elders. It was one of the things I heard most on the campaign trail was how important our elders feel that a pool is to their, not only their well-being, but their very lives. There were some very impassioned elders who felt like they would not be alive today, would not have the capacity to move their bodies in the water. So I heard that really deeply. But I've also started to learn about our Empowered Teens coalitions that each of our commissioners are sitting on. in each of our districts. I'm just barely getting to know the Empower Teams Coalition, which has these great young coordinators from each of our districts in public health who are incredibly impassioned about our youth. And those Empower Teen Coalitions are very much about prevention of use of drug and alcohol. Data is all over the place about having activities for youth in our communities and visiting youth. And that keeps our kids out of trouble, period, right? And not to mention our health. So I think we really, in this process, really need to look at the amenities from a business perspective. Will those amenities bring us the funds that can help to support the operations of this? So I want to look deeply into that, and I want to also kind of pair that against Ms. Yarnell, your comment about this confusion, small site, or are we going to do all this stuff? Are we going to add all of these amenities? Which one is it? And I heard very clearly from Ms. McDade, both in previous presentations and in looking at the survey, they're not asking, how many different amenities can we stuff into this very small project? They're actually, what I'm reading, and I hope we look at it again. I'm reading if we could only pick a couple of these amenities, which ones would you want, public? Because we'll have limited space. And we need to, pick based on which ones will be used the most. So I hope when you look at the survey again, that you'll look at it from that perspective.
Can I add one more thing to that? Yeah. The small side of the challenge, right?
Yes.
Partnering with the Chimacum School District rather than, trading land with the Chimacum School District really redefines the project, right? I mean, I know that, and this is probably, way early to say this, but when that gym was constructed on the school grounds, it was designed to be able to expand. And Mr. McDade referenced a Y school district collaboration that we visited in Idaho. And they built the gym first because they didn't get the money for it. And the gym split in half. Half of it's school, half of it's the Y, and then after hours they open it up and they can share those resources and leverage the resources for more community use and for more school district use.
Great way to maximize
when you're
space.
developing a master plan in collaboration with the landowner, a lot more opens up, and some of the constraints of the size kind of go away.
And this is the kind of thing we do within urban growth areas, right? We choose to maximize and collaborate and use small spaces to do big things, to create that sort of activated space within an urban growth area. And this is within our urban growth area. And I think that is a good use to explore it further. So thank you. And thank you for the reference, Mr. Broder.
So you guys ready? We have another agenda item, and we also have a hard stop at 12. And we would like a few minutes before that to take a little break because we're moving through the day without a break.
And it's going to be
you want to add something?
I just want to add something very quickly. I just did some back of the envelope calculations using the public infrastructure fund as a proxy. That's a 0.09 sales tax. So a 2/10 would raise about 1.86 million a year using 2024's data, and a 20-year bond at 4.5%, 20 million. Debt service would be 1.52 million a year.
Wow.
Yielding 340 or so to cover operations.
So it costs us more.
Nice work, Mark.
So
Switchblade comes out. Macaulay, Switchblade Macaulay, Excel spreadsheet. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Amanda.
Bye.
Thank you for the robust conversation. I'm going to call the question. There's a motion still on the table.
Yep.
All those in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by saying aye or aye.
Aye.
None opposed, none abstaining. That's unanimous. Okay, sorry, I'm just doing my mom duties today. We are now going to move into our 11 a.m. workshop with our Chief Strategy Officer, Brent Butler, to talk about his list of projects that he shared with us in the agenda. Some of these we've been involved in for years, so I'm excited.
For Heather's benefit, I don't know if you know about the evolution of Brent Butler with her county.
I do know a bit.
Okay.
partly because we're friends and neighbors.
Right.
And also, because we've worked together in other capacities, but I think it would be good for us to kind of review.
Brent joined us as our community development director. And after performing that role for what, a year or so, about 2 years. Brent volunteered to step aside and undertake, I think, half a dozen super important projects for the county. In-depth projects, complex projects, which he would not have been able to undertake if he remained the director. And so I agreed to that. He's done great work. Josh Peters succeeded him as director, and I just think it's worked out stupendously for the county. And, you know, Brent's, I think, brought us $1 million plus in grant monies, and he's advanced a couple of very important balls. So I will turn it over to Brent.
Thank you. So what I've prepared today is just an overview of the projects that I've been working on in this new capacity. And I think the actual time I've been here, June will mark 2 years as Chief Strategy Officer.
Wow.
And I was just a month shy as just under 2 years as the community development director. And so I did a little summary, and I'm going to walk you through the project and some of the next steps and where we are right now. And then, so I'm going to start with looking at the core 6 projects, and then I'm going to explain the status, and then I'm going to look at some of the ancillary projects that I've also been working on. Then I think it's always important to sort of look at them contextually with the strategic plan. So I'm going to sort of weave them into the strategic plan. And then I'm going to look at some of the outcomes, next steps, and then I'm going to have an opportunity for questions. But at each end of one of those agenda items, 1 through 6, there'll be a pause and you can ask questions then as well.
Great.
So the core projects that are identified here, all of them started in 23 when I began the role as a Chief Strategy Officer. Of those projects, one of them is fully completed, and that is, as you can see, the CPACER program. And that incentivizes the protection of a lot of our commercial properties. And I'll discuss that a little further when we move to that. And then another project that is newly completed, I should say, almost nearly completed, is the Community Assistance Visit, which occurred in 23. There's one item trailing, and I'll discuss that as we talk about the project. Next slide. So our first project is short-term rentals. So this project is really been implementing not only the comprehensive plan mission, which was to it's been identified as a project that we as a county are to look at to adequately balance the tourism needs of the county with the long-term housing needs. So there's this balance component. And so really important to note that it's only for those rentals that are less than 30 days. So the first step out of this was that we determined that we were not going to look at short-term rentals that are not in structures like hip camp or things that are campsites. That one of the reason for that was that we spoke to our environmental health partners, and they realized they didn't have capacity to support that. So we bifurcated it and only looked at short-term rentals in structures. That's Verbo, Airbnb, and there's a host of other platforms out there. And then persons, I've been told through the outreach, we've learned that a lot of community members will just advertise on Facebook. And so there's a lot of different venues or platforms people use. And so then after that, we did workshops in commissioners' districts. So we had a workshop in each district. And this really implemented the overall strategic plan. One of the goals in the strategic plan and community resilience is to increase participation. We had some record numbers come out to our Cape George meeting, 30, 40 people. And then we went to the tri-area. We had fewer, and then we had the least amount when we finally got to Quilcene. And so that was the workshop section. And then we started the planning commission review. The planning commission has touched this about 5 times. Meaning that we've gone to the planning commission with the results of the workshop. And then the planning commission deliberated and discussed and gave staff directions to what they would like to see. The last direction we got from the planning commission was December 4th. We'd gone to them prior on July 17th. And there were several other meetings preceding that. And so now we're at the red indicates where we are right now. And so we have the notice published, we have an ordinance on our county webpage, and we have the secret checklist and the press release, and the final staff report will be issued later this week. And then next Wednesday, we'll have our planning commission hearing.
And I'm sure you're aware that the county issued a moratorium on short-term rentals that expires on April 7th.
Yes.
The moratorium on short-term rental license.
Right.
People still could operate, they just couldn't. They couldn't.
Thanks for that
Yeah.
nuance.
Yeah, very important.
And then the final step will be, this will be coming to you for action before the end of the moratorium.
What can you give us? Are you gonna give us the 10,000 foot view of the recommendation?
Well, we haven't received them yet from the planning commission, because we identified, or I should say, the planning commission identified what they wanted. One of them was a cap of 3%. And they wanted it to be respective to different areas of the county, so we chose zip codes, so that no area has a disproportionate number of that burden. Some community members call it a burden.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the more, what some communities might consider controversial components of that. And then there are some other aspects to it about residency, like having a person available on site has been a concern. And so all this is going to be making its way toward you.
What about I always like the best idea I thought was putting the license number on the short-term rental platform.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so for the enforcement, one of the easiest and I should say easiest, there was unanimity in the planning commission about the enforcement. Everyone said that the platform should be doing the enforcement. The county can't afford it, they don't have time, the platform to do it, and we had a what we recommend. Next slide. And then the next project is the Port Hadlock Urban Growth Area. And then with the Port Hadlock Urban Growth Area, what we've done is critically important is that we first started looking at, well, what types of topologies do people in the community like? And this really comes from understanding of, it's really hard to convey density. When someone tells me, oh, you can get 50 units per acre or 10 units per acre, I have trouble envisioning what that means. And I've been doing this for 20 years. And so how can we expect a community member to understand that? So what we decided to do was to look at, well, what are the different topologies that a density represents? And so we brought that to the community. And what we found was surprising, that a lot of the densities that are permissible currently in our zoning do not allow the topologies that community members want. We also found that we do have some other issues that were underlying, and among those that we have a commercial zone that doesn't have provisions envisioned for residential. And there's been a recognition of the importance of mixed use. And I wanted to point out that those owners that want to have commercial, they can still have commercial. And so I wanted to make sure that people are aware of that. We did have a commercial property owner concern about that, and we're not taking that right away. And so where we are now, we did the identification of barriers. We identified density and zoning, and we're doing some ground truthing. It's sort of a next step. Commissioner Eisenhower recommended that there's one step that we have not yet taken, and that is highlighted in red. So we've done the barriers, we looked at the densities, we looked at the zoning. We've anticipating additional updates in 2025. And then I passed this off to the principal planner and Burke, we have a consultant. But the most important component that still has yet to occur is we've reached out to the nonprofit housing developers, but we haven't reached out to the for-profit housing developers.
Yeah.
And so, in our strategic plan, we talked about, in helping residential property owners build. And so that's another component of that.
That felt important to me.
Yeah, very important.
And so this is one step that has yet to be taken, and I consider that's why I put that in red as a next step action item. Next slide.
When's the home show this year?
In the March, right?
In March.
March, yes.
For the stock plans, is that what you're? What you're
Even for
asking?
this conversation, right?
Yeah.
Developers.
Oh, yeah, good point. It could be had there. That the conversation about reaching out to for-profit developers could be had at the home.
That would be a wonderful location. I think that
The
would be
timing
great.
would be good too.
Yeah.
Yes, and we're also trying to piggyback that. It's funny you should say the home show, because this was also one of the areas for the stock plan.
That's why I was thinking of it, yeah.
Thank you. So, and when I look at stock plans, what I posted here are the plans that are been approved. You will see that Green Pod has 2 plans that have been recommended and approved by the board. Ross Chapin has 2 plans. And so these plans represent those that a person in the community can go and just get purchase from the architect to build themselves or hire a firm to build on their behalf. So we started it as a county project, then we quickly realized that it was needed to be broadened to include the city of Port Townsend. And then the city and county commission approved out of 34 plans, they made a recommendation for a group of plans to the Board of County Commissioners. And the county approved the review fee, so they allocated funding for the review of those plans. And then recognizing that after a short period of time, I hadn't received plans. I started calling many of the architects and designers, why haven't you submitted? And I realized that for some of them, it was a problem because unlike the city of Seattle, which has 700,000 housing units, they did not pay for the plans to be created out of the anticipation that the architects or designers would reap or recover their costs by persons buying the plan. It's such a large market.
Right.
We have only 30,000, well, not even 30,000, 30,000 households. We have what is it, 12,000 or 15,000 households?
30,000 individuals.
Right, 30,000 individuals.
Households, exactly.
And so we realized that it's not likely that they're gonna recover their costs if they create plans. And so I applied, the board gave permission for us to accept an award from the Department of Commerce to have the plans engineered. And so now we've got the funding for review, we got the funding for engineering, and we're in the process of getting all of the contracts in place and rolled out. And then the next step will be having them available and ready for the home show. That's what I'm considering our rollout.
So we can also do outreach, asking for designs for, we just talked about it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, for the short-term rental.
For the short-term, right, yeah,
Yes,
Yeah, input on that.
exactly.
I just love that you ended up with 6 different designers, and when you were first putting out the call, I thought it was gonna be choosing one designer that you would work with, and so I think it's an added benefit for members of the public to also be able to choose, a different designer that they might have more affinity for their style or whatever. It's fantastic outcome. Yeah.
Great.
And then FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Typically, every 5 years, they're supposed to review a community's compliance with flood damage prevention regulations. Our community, Jefferson County, and depending upon who you ask, we either have the fourth or fifth largest number of shoreline miles of all 39 counties in Washington.
Fourth.
And so one of the things that FEMA really attempts to do is reduce the damage to property and loss of life by ensuring that buildings are sustainable, resilient in the flood zone. What is resilient? Resilience typically for our community is that you identify the height of floodwaters in that 100-year event, which is that event that occurs once out of every 100 years that's anticipated. And that design level of flood, you build above it, a minimum of 1 foot. That's our standard. You can go higher. We always recommend higher. In fact, 3 feet has been one of those guidelines that a lot of community members follow to get the lowest insurance on their property. And so what I'm saying is that the floodwaters can then go underneath the building and not destroy the building. One of the biggest problems is that if that water is associated with speed, the hydrostatic forces of water can easily destroy structures. So FEMA's model ordinance was updated after we had our last community assistance visit, or I should say, not even our last consistence visit. After we had a meeting with, and this happened in 2018, the Community Development Department met with Ecology and they revised our flood damage prevention ordinance. Only a month or two later was that model ordinance changed again. So once it was changed again, we were not really in compliance with the model ordinance. And so we had our community assistance visit in 2023. Instead of it occurring in a 5-year timeframe, it was roughly 15 years or so. I happened to be here during the last community assistance visit as the lead of long range planning. So it was a much lengthier period of time than normally occurs. And so what we did was we revised our ordinance, chapter 1515, to mimic the model. FEMA also looked at our procedures. And then they also looked at, so it's special flood hazard area, SFHA is a term of art. And that is where FEMA has their regulatory requirements in place in the special flood hazard area. That's where we call the 1% chance flood, the 100-year flood. And so they all mean the same thing, special flood hazard area. So if you're outside of that, the regulations don't apply. But are you at risk? Potentially. If you are adjacent to it, a 100-year flood zone, you might still be at risk. And you can get discounted insurance if you are. And so those are things that a lot of community members don't know about. And so then after that, we had the PC ordinance was reviewed, Ecology reviewed our procedures. Then we went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission recommended adoption of an amended ordinance. And then the BOCC acted on that amended ordinance. And at that point, I carried it as far as the PC recommendation and worked on the procedure. And then at a certain point, it's really important, especially for these regulations, to be implemented by current staff. So I passed that off to make sure that there's that skills transfer, that current staff is implementing the ordinance, that they are processing it through the board and also understand all of its fine components. And so that came to the board, and now the board will have a decision down the road as to whether or not we would enter into a voluntary program called Community Rating System. And you may have heard of this, but just briefly, the Community Rating System is higher regulatory standards that a community can adopt. They're associated with less risk, greater resilience. And for every increase in the rating, there is a decrease in the community collective insurance. So what that means is, suppose my insurance policy, flood insurance. Now, it's really important to note that your regular property and casualty insurance does not cover floods. So I'm talking about the secondary policy that you should have. And I say should, it's only required if you have a mortgage, federally insured mortgage. Then they will place insurance on your property. But if you own your property outright, as has happened in the past, you've paid it off and you no longer have flood insurance and you have a loss, you will not be covered. Very important to know. And so the community rating system.
We have about 10 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Speed up a little. So the community rating system, what that does is that it enables all of the homeowners in the community to benefit that have floodplain properties from reduced flood insurance premium. But there is a requirement of annual reporting. There are things that you are required to do. So this is a question for current staff. Current staff may not have the capacity. And so this is one of those types of programs that has pros and cons. Next slide. The CPACER program has essentially 8 steps, and the CPACER, what we did originally, we had a city bank, a SAT bank, and the climate intern clerk hire helped us put together the program, and then we completed the review and adoption. Then it was finally approved by the BOCC. So now we have commerce funds available for us to help the community do audits, so audit their buildings and to incentivize the rehabilitation. One of the things that's been saddened for a lot of the community members is to see many of the historic barns disappear. And so this could be a resource for those types of property owners. Next slide. And so the coordinated water system is another project. This is the 6th project of which I've been working on. And so one of the first steps that we did on this was that we had so many members, we weren't even sure if the Water Utility Coordinating Committee members were still alive in some cases. So we decided to reconstitute that, and say the board decided to reconstitute that. And so then the board reconstituted the Water Utility Coordinating Committee, requesting that there be of the 2 types of systems, Group A, which are larger systems with a certain number of connections required, and then there's Group B, which are smaller systems. That one of the members of WOOC would be a Group B, because often they grow and they become later Group A systems. And so after the WOOC was reconstituted, we did an RFP. The first RFP, I had not one response. We did a second RFP. And then I emailed to some 400 different firms I found on the MRSC list. We finally got one respondent. And fortunately, that one respondent has been doing work in our community, is familiar with our community. And this agenda request should be on your, I should say, consent agenda, should occur next Monday. And so we had our first meeting in December. We have our second meeting on the 3rd of, excuse me, that's a typo. We're having that second meeting on the 5th of this coming month, February. And then the update will proceed over the next 18 months. Next slide. So I'm going to go into some of the ancillary projects. Next slide. And so one of the ancillary projects, these are things that I've been working on that are semi-related to the 4 projects that I've identified, but a lot of them are funding based. There's a recognition that a lot of things can't really move unless you have money to move them. And so for the housing grants, in the first round, we applied for 4 CHIP grants. One was for the city of Port Townsend. I should say 4, in the first round, we applied for 3. One was for the city of Port Townsend, one was for Bayside, really to help that project expand the alcohol plant. And then we had a third one that was also supporting
Olympic Housing Trust, was that
Okay.
when they
Oh, we had Caswell Brown. Oh, maybe we had two, maybe it was just two, I'm sorry. Oh, and then what we did, we had a total of 3 applications. And then, finally, we reapplied this year, for, the Caswell Brown. And so we're still waiting to find out, and, there'll likely be, an announcement soon, about who the winners are. And then, we also applied for stock plans and then C-PACER, and those 2 grants were awarded. And then infrastructure grants. So this is one of the areas that's really important. And we've recognized that when the consultant has requested $207,000 to update the coordinated water system plan. We would like to defray the costs by applying for source water protection grant, as well as what the WOOC identified makes sense in terms of a planning and engineering loan, which is convertible to a grant.
Okay.
And so,
and we're gonna seek, funding contributions from the PUD and the cities since they operate large water systems.
And potentially all water purveyors, Class A water purveyors, right? We'll see.
so we'll see, that's a question, that's outstanding. And so, so that is one of the reasons that on the agenda request, we did say potential action. We wanted to, normally we come after the fact and ask to the board to accept the award. But sometimes I like the idea as in the strategic plan, it says to share information as much as possible and let as many people know. So I'm bringing it to you in advance. And then finally, we have some flood related grants, FCAP, when I was director, and also 20 years ago when I was long range planning, we applied for FCAP grants, and that 2008 Dr. Bush Dorsey Wallace was something from my earlier tenure. And so now we're looking at some other ones, and a lot of this will identify ways to provide emergency management needs, address the concerns in some of our riskier areas like Britain.
Yeah.
Next slide.
What does FCAP stand for?
Oh, Flood Control Assistance Account. And it's a part of ecology, one of the divisions within ecology.
We have like 2 minutes left.
Oh, okay, so the relationship to the county strategic plan. And so, next slide. So what I've done is I've identified some of the core areas in our strategic plan. What's highlighted in red identifies those areas in the strategic plan that these projects advance. Next slide. And then I've also tried to identify it by looking at the specific core projects and identifying where they fall.
In the plan.
In the strategic plan. Next slide. And then final is the project outcomes fiscal focus. And so as you can see, this has been so some of the supports that I've been able to obtain, for example, rentals for less than 30 days. There is no funding for that. So that's completely general fund funded. The Port Hazard urban growth there, we've got funding from ecology to assist us in looking at missing middle housing there. We have for the pre-approved stock plans, we also have funding from Commerce to design the engineered plan. For FEMA, we are in the process. I'm supporting, I'm not taking a leading role, I'm supporting others in the application. The C-PACER, we've gotten that award, and then the coordinated water system plan. It is my hope that the board will go ahead and authorize us to apply for funding. Next slide. And then finally, the ancillary projects, we are waiting for the CHIP result. The 2023 applications were denied, as I said before, and those are the 2 infrastructure grants that we're looking at that have not yet been applied to that may advance the coordinated water system plan. And then the flood related grants. I'm working in partnership with the Environmental Public Health, DCD, and the Department of Emergency Management to identify next steps. Next slide. So any questions?
I think we need to make a motion to authorize, I mean, I feel like. Can we just authorize Brent to apply for?
Or you can authorize the chair of the WOC.
Often known as the Whoosh,
The what is the chair? Brent,
which would be me.
you've applied for so many grants and, so have I, and I know that they come with, lots of requirements. And so in your assessment, this is a grant that we have the capacity to meet all the requirements? Is there anything that you're worried about in taking on this funding?
So for the source water protection grant, it's a small amount. There doesn't come with many different hooks. The second grant is something that I would want to look at with the subject matter expert, the HDR consultants and the WOC, to answer that.
Okay.
So I can't really say for certain for that second one, but for the source water, I feel like that's a no-brainer.
Okay, so you say we approve having you look into it and apply if you feel like it's money worth pursuing.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready to vote on that then.
I'm happy to move that we authorize Brent Butler to work with the WOC chair, formal, to apply for the grants to support the development of the consolidated water system.
I'll second. All in favor? Aye.
None opposed, none abstaining. Awesome, thank you, Brent, for all your work.
Thank you, Brent.
Thank you. Exciting things.
Yes.
Because I'm rapidly sensing that we're not gonna have time for anything today, I am going to hand you my legislative update.
Okay.
From last week.
It's a little thicker.
Great.
Because there's some affiliated attachments and one to Carolyn.
I'll make sure this gets on holiday.
There's recycling legislation, a comparison. Civil rights legislation.
Brent, you cited it for it.
And the solid waste managers are supporting 1150. 1150. Yeah, a little briefing there, but.
Right.
There are a number of other issues that have come to my attention, some have come to my attention and gone away, but others that are, that if I had time to do an update, we could talk about, we'll see how the afternoon goes.
It looks pretty packed too, right? We have,
Executive session.
a couple special meetings.
And
We have
so,
a lead letter too later.
Oh, right.
It's squeezed in.
so we have potentially other directors and electeds joining us in
Bring your lunch back.
8 minutes.
Yeah.
So we're gonna recess for 8 minutes. Right. 8 minutes and then come back and be joined by our other electeds and directors.
So what usually goes is we have to eat in front of everyone else and everyone else. It's
Well,
What's there out there?
You find it harder right now? Yeah.
Hey. Let's see who's in the attendee list to come over. You're just gonna be brought over if you're an elected or a director, so.
Oh, yeah, they're protesting something. The high school didn't.
Oh, is it that I supposed to?
What's the theme?
I'm calling us back into order too, with all of our colleagues, other electeds and directors. And Carolyn is bringing people over.
Raise your hand. Yeah.
You. Oh, okay, I see. You guys want to turn on your cameras so we can see you if you're not in the room? So you can pretend that you're with us. I see Josh, I see Judy.
There was a comment about underpants that just came into my head.
Okay, so there were no suggested agenda items for this meeting, which Jeff's gonna love, which will mean that we are gonna do a roundtable and hear from folks, what updates are from your departments, and if you have any legislative highlights, I probably will give, that's mostly what my report will be, but, let's start with not us. Let's start online. Let's start with Judy and then go to Josh. And then come into the room.
Okay, so, hello, Commissioners and everybody
Hi.
else. There's just, January is one of those months where we just have a lot of things from 2024 that are lagging. And then looking at the 2025 budget and, just helping other staff get on track with their 2025 budget. So that's what I've been working on, just a lot of conversations, a lot of support, and I'm happy to do that. Working on the Gravity book budget book presentation for the final adopted budget for 2025. So that's an ongoing process. I was hoping to have it done by the end of this month, but it may lag into actually overflow into 2020 or into February, just for different reasons. So mostly me understanding how it all works together. So that's what I've been working on. Everything, yeah, it's 2025. Here we are.
Judy, any questions for Judy? No.
Could
None
I
yet.
just piggyback on the gravity that it's got the three components is monthly reports. The budget book was the first one, which was really intensive. The monthly reports, we're cooking along on that, but then they also have a dashboard that'll coincide with strategic plan and all of that. And we just kicked that off today, I guess, with an email we received. So it's going.
Awesome. Anything else you want to report on? You want to just continue?
Oh, no, please go to Josh.
Well, you got a 2-hour thing this afternoon.
Josh, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Let's see, you've just heard from Chief Strategy Officer Brent Butler of some details on some various things that he's working on that obviously involve community development. There are many other things. What I'm thinking is just in the interest of time, we've got a meeting tonight with you and the Planning Commission. So there's an opportunity for us this evening to talk about long-range planning in particular. And then, of course, we're scheduled for next month for delivering our work plan workshop for you about the rest of 2025. And of course, I think you're already familiar mostly with many of the things we're already working on since it's the 2025 periodic update that we're required to do every 10 years. And we started work on that months ago. So I'm just going to, in the interest of time and seeing that others are wanting to speak, stop speaking myself. But if you have any questions, though, right now, I'd be happy to answer.
Questions yet? Yeah. Anybody else online that has joined us? No. Okay. Well, let's start here in the room. Why don't we start with Jeff? And then we'll come back to Apple online once you joined us.
Yeah, I was just listening to what Josh said and as well as what Brent said earlier. And when we talked about strategic plan, kind of the item that was with both Josh and I was updating the public benefit rating system. And I'm really having struggling knowing where to jump in on that. I mean, we'd almost have to, last time we tried doing that, we had to hire part-time help to help doing it. We might need consultant help. We might need Brent's help. And then it got into where, you start evaluating all the properties that are currently in the system in order to re-rate them whenever you do an update. And last time it got to be very expensive, and we went we're required to do it, but we got through 3 properties and then that was it. We ran out of money and ran out of support. So I'm not sure it's a good project that needs to happen, but it's going to be very labor intensive. And so I'm not really sure where we're going to jump in on that. I don't know if you have any ideas on that, Josh, but maybe we get together and try to figure it out.
Well, Jen Ferguson, and this one's going to be an item I was going to talk about. She has tried to schedule meetings with everyone this week, and a bunch of folks have not yet scheduled their time. And that might be a good time to have that discussion.
It's one thing to have somebody who wants to talk, but you have our project on that is expensive and labor intensive. And so it's hard to just say what we'll do if we haven't figured out how we're going to do it. So, but it is, that's why I haven't gotten back to her, I'm just not really sure.
Well, when you
What to
schedule
say
time
about
with
that.
her, I'll join in and then maybe we can broaden
Right.
the discussion to talk about cost.
Yeah, okay, because, you know, we have all our mandated duties and then put that on top of it is, it's pretty tough without having a way to do it. For my office, we've completed our 2024 work and set levies for 2025 tax statements, which, as Stacy said, are getting ready to go out. My staff came through and truthfully, they were working extra hours. We had to get all the segregations, land use done and valued and in the system. Laura Lee had to do, you know, all the calculations for levies and for, you know, you're talking about 60 different levy calculations. They're getting more and more difficult every year and they're more and more complex. There's more and more limitations. And and then we also have joint districts with Clallam, so Clallam has to finish up too. So we actually got done a few days early, but it didn't help because we still had the joint districts to finish up, so we had to wait for Clallam to get their numbers into it. So we did finish right on time, you know, last day again this year before legislated required or statutorily required certification. In 2025, we're doing the city of Port Townsend, and this is a reinspection phase. So all my appraisers will be going door to door to reinspect every place in the city of Port Townsend. But and Port Townsend also, of course, is commercial intensive. So there's a lot of commercial properties that will have to get into valuing and to doing an analysis of their both sales, income, things like that. And in addition, we promised the you know, East Jefferson Fire and Rescue that we would do the port. We would value all the properties in the port, both Boathaven and Point Hudson. We generally kind of slide on the government properties, but this time they needed a value on those properties so that they can, you know, set in how much they're going to charge them for driving fire protection. We aren't required to do government properties. We are required to do nonprofits and exempt properties. So that means we also have to do like Marine Plaza, Claridge Court, some of the places that are exempt for property taxes. Churches, you know, that don't have to pay property taxes, but they're still required that we put a value on. And the other real complication in the city, of course, is habitat and restricted sales properties that we're also going to have in Padlock Iron, where we have to come up with a market value, unrestricted, a market value based on the fact they can only be sold at a certain amount. And then our software really isn't developed to handle that. So we just have to find a way to make it work that we can get it in our software. We can track it on an ongoing basis. It works for Habitat, you know, and it works for the other nonprofit that are handling.
Haven't you had to do that in the past for Habitat?
No, we haven't. That started this last year, really. Before that, Habitat, there was, in other words, there were some restrictions on up to the point that they sold the property. But then the people who bought the property, there were no restrictions on them. So they were reselling it at market rates. And that wasn't working. So what Habitat started doing, both in our county and many others, is that they hold on to the land crop and then sell the houses. And so it's a different kind of model that we're used to working with. And valuing is so hard. It's just trying to figure out how to get them into our system so that we can track them on an ongoing basis.
And then you're only tracking the property at that point?
The land is taxable to Habitat and the house is taxable to the owner, but the owner is restricted from what they can resell it to, at what price they can resell it at. So that is the market value, is what you can sell it for. So we are now tracking basically two market values, an unrestricted and a restricted one. And the restricted one is the taxable market value for the house. Land is done a little differently, but then what happens is you wind up having to create two parcels for every place, a parcel for the land and a parcel for the improvement for the house. And that, you know, proliferates the number of parcels in our system. So we're trying to work with Habitat, find an easier way to do it.
And then also it's confusing in the mapping.
It's confusing in the mapping because you're only going to see one parcel, not the other. But Habitat also wants to pass the taxes on the land back to the owner of the improvements, which is in the lease.
Right.
Wow.
So there's, it's finding the best way. I mean, it's not that it's hard to value, like I said, it's finding out a structural way to do this that we don't have.
But then
outlooks
the
of the park.
increase in the value is on the house, not the land. I always kind of thought it was.
Land can go up too, but basically the land is being leased to the homeowner, and they're paying basically a rent tax, so, yeah, so. I do land on capitalization, which keeps the land value, so in a way, in land value, you've got a market value for the land, which is much higher than the actual taxable value. If you do it based on capitalizing the lease, so, it's not that hard to do, and there is Department of Revenue guidance on that. It's just trying to figure out with our software how to get it in there. So as we get more and more of these, I mean, you talk about the Mason Street project, you're talking about over 100 of these, we don't want to end up with over 200 parcels. So it's mainly, we can value them, but how do we do it? Because they're not really condominiums. And the other place we have that issue that came up this year with Beckett Point. Beckett Point changed the way that their homeowners, their bylaws were changed. And so Beckett Point followed kind of a similar model. So now, the homeowners are going to pay directly on their value of their improvements. It's not going to go through an agent for the homeowners association. But you also have a thing where the land is kind of owned in common and kind of not. So it's a very similar kind of issues.
And what, like new construction would be the same kind of splitting for evaluating.
Well, no, not new construction doesn't split it.
So
But
Mason Street is gonna be new construction, right?
yeah, it'll be going with new construction, but that'll be on the improvement value. And the land will be done on based on the lease to the.
So the improvement would just be on the structure.
Right, and the timing is also that it's Habitat doesn't pay tax. It's tax exempt on the land and on the initial improvement, but once they sell it, it becomes taxable. So there's also is that during the process, some of it's gonna be tax exempt, and then it's gonna go on the rolls as taxable, and then the land will be separated from the improvements. So it's a timing.
Is the new construction tax
It's
then,
taxable.
even if they sell it after it's constructed?
Yes, we have the new construction value on there, but again, the initial sale will probably be about what the new construction value is. But then the buyer is limited from what they can resell it for going in the future. There's a growth factor that goes in there, how much more they can sell it. It's fairly limiting, like 1.5% per year. So it's gonna, so as time goes by, it'll become, the market will be up here and what they can resell it for will be down here.
To keep people out of the.
Okay, so, we got word that James needs to leave pretty soon, so let's go with James next. James.
Yeah, I wasn't done, but.
Oh, sorry, Jeff, I thought you're done.
All right, well, I'll go through the rest quick.
Okay.
And we also have 7 fee assessments. I've talked about that. The one we really focused on towards the end here was DNR, with trying to change their fire protection assessment. I wound up adding 2,000 parcels to the assessment. A lot of them are in Irondale, Havelock, and also the outer boundaries of the city going up. And so we'll see if we get any blowback from that. They actually had identified about 11,000. We added 2. The criteria is really wacky. I don't think we'll get any blowback because with all the LA fires, people aren't trying to nickel and dime fire protection assessments. Expensive homes burn just like, rural homes.
Yes,
So,
yes,
okay.
they do.
On the legislative side, a number of our property tax bills. One we're working on today is 1179, which would freeze values. It's kind of like California, but it would freeze values for everyone like 61 and over. So basically, if your principal price of residence, you get frozen at that value, and you wouldn't be reassessed until it went in. And frankly, it's a Republican bill. I don't know that it's going to go. We had to do a fiscal note. We're working on that. It's not a good deal. I mean, Jefferson County, you should pay attention because Jefferson County's got the highest senior population percentage-wise. And what you could wind up is freezing all the seniors, and you could wind up after a number of years, if it shifts to working, the tax shift goes to working class families, you could end up with manufactured homes being valued about the same as Port Ludlow. After a while, so, you know, and you can imagine what kind of shift that would be, so. You know, we do have a lot of low-income seniors, but we have a lot of well-to-do seniors too, so I'm not sure that that's really a good bill, but. We'll see.
What's the bill number on that?
1179. And biggest issue in the state right now is wind and solar farms and solar facility and data centers, how to value those. And without, and then if they shift to personal property, that would continue to be valued. So it's a big impact on Eastern Washington. And that's about it. Okay.
Thanks, Jeff. James, do you want to go?
Sure.
Thanks.
I don't have anything. I was just letting you know because I'm gonna have to cut out early.
Don't have anything?
No,
Okay.
other than when I wished for heat, apparently I made that wish on a monkey's paw, but
Well, you want to share with people, the CAC?
share with people what?
About the CAC.
Oh, yeah, so that's a local project that I helped to jumpstart in 2019, and of course COVID got in the way, and now we finally have something that's functioning, sort of. They've taken over the old KPTZ building on the Mountain View campus, and it's currently undergoing renovation right now. And right now we have the goal of becoming a fully accredited children's advocacy center by 2027. That's kind of an ambitious goal, but you know, we're hoping we can achieve it or get pretty close to it. And basically what a children's advocacy center is a place to help support families and children where in cases where the children have suffered from child abuse, in a nutshell.
That's a great effort, James.
Thanks, James.
Yeah, of course. And I appreciate the county also lending its support to that project. It's really important.
I have a date down there. I'm very excited to see what they're doing.
Me too. And they have a grand opening, right? At the end of the
Yeah.
month? In February?
Well, it's not going to be a grand opening, but because I don't know that the place will be finished renovated, or the renovation will be finished by then, but it will be yeah, an informational session to learn more about it. And yeah, I would encourage those who can attend to attend.
Amit, do you want to go? We'd love to hear what's going on in WSU.
Sure, I would love to. Okay. So usual things going on from WSU's end. It's the year end, so we are wrapping up with the activity insights, which is more WSU annual performance management system, and just putting things there. But this year, the priority for the team is to build on the initiative that we started last year, which was more focusing on the processes and institutionalization of the knowledge systems that we have, so that it's not person dependent, but it's process dependent. And one of the big things that we targeted last year was to try using Teams as the official communication channel, as the official place where every file is stored, and we're using it to collaborate within the team and possibly with external stakeholders. The external stakeholder piece of it is kind of a struggle as of now, but at least internally, we are able to kind of use it pretty efficiently. Apart from that, I think the program specific things are from the admin and front office side. We were able to get the momentum going with our newsletters. If there is anyone who has not been receiving it and who has not been receiving either the print or the web version, please let us know. It's also on our website, so we have got into the rhythm of having the all extension newsletter out in addition to the program specifics one. On the finance side, things are looking great in the sense that we have been able to keep track of every penny that we are spending, and we are on track in terms of ensuring that everything is clean and everything matches, including the external grants, most specifically the biggest one, which is MRC, so Northwest State Foundation, and those kind of funds coming in. 4H, we are trying, we have significantly increased the number of clubs that 4H was involved in, almost double the number of clubs. And we are now focusing on more ensuring more volunteers and more help for our programs. So there is an upcoming on 5th Thursday, I think there is a 4H try event, which was kind of had died down over the years, but we are reinvigorating and reactivating those. Regional small farms, the usual classes, winter classes in collaboration with other entities in the county, including NODC, that is currently going on. Noxious weeds, we are hiring 2 part-time positions. So we would love if anybody has connections as the positions are advertised, and if you can help us recruit people, that'll be great. I know Jeff and Mark, we have spoken about this earlier. We are looking at the assessment for noxious weeds, and that is again something that I would love to finalize sooner than later. So I'll be in touch with I'm already in touch with Sophie, but the team would be in touch with both of you to see how we can take that idea forward. Yes, usual Master Gardener again. We have had a great successful event with the Yard and Garden event at the fairgrounds. 100+ participants, a very great start to the new year in that sense. I think Kay, who's our office receptionist and communication person, deserves a special mention for all that she's doing to kind of improve the visibility on social media. There have been partnerships and collaborations with other communication folks in the county. So that seems to be going great. Yeah, that's a brief snapshot. We're looking forward to entering into the new year. We've already entered into the new year. I personally feel that I came back from India in the second week of January, and I'm still playing the catch-up game. Hopefully, as I enter February, it'll seem like I'm much more prepared and much more settled. So yeah, open to questions. Anything anybody wants to know.
Hey, Amit, what are the 2 part-time positions in the weeds program?
So these are basically just extra hands for the noxious weeds, because the work is kind of sporadic, and how there are lean months, and then there are other times when you do need more hands. So this is essentially to help us have more hands on the ground, and also in terms of documentation and process-based thing, they are going to be an extra help in terms of consolidating and compiling everything.
And Amit, those are intern positions, right?
Say that again.
The intern positions?
Yes, we are calling them internship. We went through different kind of models, and I think Sophie, in collaboration with the HR department, decided that that would be the best nomenclature to kind of call it. These are interns. Yes.
I would like to reach out to you soon, so maybe after you have had a chance to get resettled, and just talk about food security and our security, our food systems, and an issue that I'm particularly interested in, and I knew you're the man to talk to.
Oh, absolutely. I would love to. And formally welcoming you to the and it's great to meet you, and hopefully we can meet in person sooner than later. Kelly, who is the regional small farms coordinator, I'm sure you are already connected, but she is someone who is definitely leading the efforts from WSC Extension side. But yes, there is ample scope of integrating it even with the Master Gardener program and a couple of other programming that we do. So I would love to, just sit together and brainstorm ideas. I think the fact that the regional small farms program is managed, I mean, Kelly works from here, but it is a regional program with Kitsap and Clallam counties that also presents a lot of opportunities. And with the work that is going on, I think there's huge potential to kind of see how we are moving forward as a team. Would love
Thank you.
to set up. I'll write to you, and maybe we can schedule a meeting. Absolutely.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Amit, I have one thing for you too. This is Greg. I'm just stepping off the NODC and the NODC executive board, but they have lost a couple members, with Dunia Fultz leaving Jefferson Healthcare and me leaving. Hopefully Heather will stay on the executive board, but another person leaving the executive board is Clea Rome from the Cloud extension. And I didn't volunteer you at the meeting, but they're looking for more members and looking for executive board members specifically. And if you have the time capacity, it's not a huge time commitment. They're also looking for Jefferson County representation. So reach out to me or Heather if you want to get tied in with Karen, but it would be great to have you on that board if you have capacity.
Thanks for letting me know. Clea did reach out to me and I'm in touch with her as to, trying to recalibrate as to what would be the time commitment and would that be the best way. And also I'm wondering if Kelly, for instance, would be another person who could possibly be on the thing. So I'm just, yeah, I'll thank you for alerting me to that, and I'll be in touch with you as to how we want to proceed with that.
Great. Okay, let's go back and forth between the room and online. So let's go with Sean next.
Okay. Some of the ongoing work that I've been involved with involves comp plan update, mostly section work focused on the capital facilities elements. Last week completed submission for the BOCC Energy Audit Grant, which is a grant that will allow us to apply for funding to complete an energy audit so that we can have the Jefferson County Courthouse in compliance within reason with the Clean Building Act. Obviously, because of the historic nature, there are elements of that law which will not apply to the building. That's all incorporated in the scope of work for that body of work. In regards to the strategic plan, I am scheduled for a meeting tomorrow. And also of the two large tasks that are under central services for the strategic plan, one being to increase the availability of electric vehicles. Of course, last year, Board of County Commissioners approved the Washington EVCS grant, which will supply up to 40 charging ports throughout Jefferson County for our fleet vehicles.
Little nod to his partner.
Little nod. One of the largest projects that we have ongoing in IT is the Critter update, which is a project that will centralize our IT backbone at the sheriff's office because of the ongoing power supply there. That will also involve re-networking how all of our other locations are connected to each other. This will give us a better continuous operation profile moving forward. Also in discussion is Munis and EPL. There have been lots of conversations that predate me in terms of moving both of those large applications to the cloud. We have recently discovered some data issues in terms of stability, which may require an on-premise application before we can go to the cloud. We are working to put together a meeting and pull together all the stakeholders to explain that situation and outline what the process moving forward would look like. We don't anticipate that it would have any significant impact on the general scope of upgrades that were anticipated as part of the cloud migration. One of the policy projects for this year, also aligned with the strategic plan, will be the Jefferson County ADA policy update, which will be completed later this year. We are still pending updates from vendors for both the EVCS project and the fairground building demolition project, which was a project that was approved at the end of December. The elevator bid for modernization of the elevator here at the courthouse, the bid process for that project actually closes this week. Last week, we held a meeting for the first floor conference room meeting space, identified as many stakeholders as possible to assess global needs, and IT is working to put together some potential technologies to make sure that we can maximize what the current state of the art is in that space and set a template for updating the rest of our conference rooms. I apologize, just a little bit winded. I was out last week, towards the end of the week, sick, so still getting over that. And lastly, and really part of a larger ongoing body of work, we're assessing IS policy gaps. We have a very decentralized IS system here as Jefferson County. So really making sure that we have all of the necessary information technology, information systems policies in place to protect all of those systems and all the data combined there.
Great.
There's probably 10 or 15 other projects that I don't have the report that I give to Mark every 2 weeks.
Awesome. Thanks, John. We're gonna go to Apple next online. Hi, Apple.
Hey Heidi, nice to see you all. Thanks, Sean, for that report. I'll just be quick. Well, it's a long list, but I'm going to speak fast. Jefferson County Public Health is queued up to do presentation on our work plan for 2025 on March 3rd, so we'll look forward to seeing you all then. I wanted to just quickly touch on something that's very specifically public health realm and just let you all know that we are tracking and monitoring H5N1, that's the avian bird flu. And so you've probably heard Dr. Berry talk about it in various scenarios, but that is something that is obviously clearly on our minds. Additionally, you may have heard in the news that there was a measles case in Pierce County that came through SeaTac Airport. And so I know our good friends down at Tacoma Pierce County Health Department, former jurisdiction where I worked a long time ago, are managing that well. But of course, that puts us on alert. Things don't necessarily spread to the peninsula as quickly as they can throughout the I-5 corridor, but it's always good practice in emergency response and infectious disease monitoring to be aware and to also prime our folks here locally in our department so that we're agile and ready to deploy if that ever needed to happen. I just want to promote again an additional circle the fact that we have a new environmental and climate impacts community health assessment, so a CHA. Public health does CHAs about every 5 years, although that notion is sort of changing system-wide. Currently, we are doing different aspects of community health assessments, and we're broadening our focus not only to include looking at things like access to healthcare and healthcare deserts around our county, but also what are the impacts on particularly vulnerable communities throughout our county with regard to climate. So our CHA for environmental health and climate impacts is now online at our website. You can find that under the assessment tab, which you might not be as used to clicking on. It's fairly new. And we also have our great new website redo, facelift. I don't know what you want to call it, but thanks to IT and all the programmatic folks across all the departments that worked hard to give our website a fresher and more contemporary look. So thank you for that, if I haven't already thanked you directly. With that report comes a dashboard. So public health is making it everywhere possible our aim to make our data, and we have lots of different access to data, more transparent and accessible to anyone in the public. So this environmental dashboard that goes with the community health assessment work we did in East Jefferson County is also on our assessment webpage next to the report that summarizes the data. And that data will get updated over time, and the report lets us know where the areas of need and emphasis are. So if you're interested, please take a look. We'll be talking about that a lot throughout 2025. I want to make a nod while I'm talking about the environment and climate to our friends and colleagues and families, especially who have suffered in LA County and thereabouts. We in public health think about the public health ramifications of disasters a lot. And you may too, especially now that they abound. We're hearing about them all the time. We are no longer relegating them to the summer, right? We're no longer relegating storms to just certain parts of the year, et cetera. So I want to just take a moment, make a nod, and then, like I did with our own staff, ask you all to look inward, because honestly, the most impactful and small change comes from little things that we individually do as human beings in our own lives, in our own office spaces, in our own cars, and around our own houses. And so thinking about emergency evacuation routes, about parking your car back angle in so you can leave faster, about clearing brush around your house, etc. We have some content on our website that speaks to that, and we try to educate around things like that on our social media threads as well, because we want older adults, family age people and children to have that kind of understanding in their vernacular, even though it feels like it might not happen here, right here. Something will happen where we'll need to be prepared in one way or another. To that end, public health is working closely with the unhoused population in a multitude of ways, one of which is joining Greg Brotherton on the Coalition for the Jefferson County Emergency Shelter. And so being involved in that, we are currently working on a strategy to help tide over some funds that were last week eliminated at the state level. These are emergency grants that local organizations can ask for when an emergency status relative to a climate situation has happened, say a winter storm, freezing rain, cold temperatures, very cold temperatures, snow, etc. That money from the state got eliminated last week. So with a very abrupt notice in the middle of a cold season, public health is coming up with a short-term remedy so that places like the Winter Welcoming Center and potentially the shelter downtown at the Legion can opt in if they need to stay open longer than normal or have more staff than normal in the state of an emergency. So we're helping out with that. And I think I was able to let Heidi and Mark know that this morning. And thanks to Willie for letting us know, and then us sitting together and figuring out at least a short-term solution. I'd like to.
That responsiveness, Apple.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
great.
shout out. Appreciate your responsiveness there.
Yeah, well, we are able to pull aside a little bit of our FPHS funds in the emergency response realm. And I will say, which I've already said it in a few other scenarios, that the state budget issue with the $10 to $12 billion deficit and all the ways that that will sort of come down and constrain state agency budgets. Public health is definitely in the frame of mind right now of conserving and being very cautious because we have so many funding streams through state and federal grants right now. So we were able to use the money that we do have on hand to offer to tide over this deficit of this other state funding no longer being available in order to offer payment to local organizations for the time they might work overtime in an emergency when they need to shelter folks to keep them out of harm's way of the bitter cold. Another thing we're up to is just being out in the community, and I know that's a big aim of the county strategic plan, and so we do this a lot. We're next going to be in Gardner at the community center. We'll be doing a firearms safe storage event. It's our third one in 2 years, and we're planning to do them. We have done them one in the spring and hopefully one in the fall each year. We've got supplies, trigger locks, cable locks, lock boxes, and we have train the trainer already have happened among our staff from the folks at Seattle Children's who started this mobile program to bring these safe objects and the teaching and awareness to the local level all around the state of Washington. So our next event that we'll host is in Gardner, and we'll probably have a slightly different demographic than we've had at the other two options, which is great for equity and access. We're moving the event around, and we have some Clallam buddies that are coming to join us to table at the event and learn how we do these events. They're wildly popular, and it's a really cool opportunity to have discussions about safety. And I, for one, just get a lot out of it. So does our staff. So if you'd like to come, it's on Saturday, the 8th of February from 10 to 1 at the Gardner Community Center. You can come and get free supplies. You can come and say hi. And we'll be there. We're also working on the Connectivity Summit, and I won't go into that much, but just know that's a big push this year. It's got a slightly different, larger theme to it, 3 days in a row. So public health, along with DCD, I know for sure, and I'm not sure about other departments, are really digging in and offering some good opportunities to present and connect with community at the Connectivity Summit. And last but not least, we're gearing up for 2 community meetings in Brennan. One late this week and one on February 6th. And that's about hosting meetings to kind of seek community input about 2 grant applications we have going out. This will be in the Brennan area. One of the grants is with the state's Flood Management Control Assistance Account program, and the other is with FEMA, the Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities. And so the grant funding would be used to improve our comprehensive flood management plan. And it would be the foundation for future grant opportunities down in the Brennan area. So we're just making the call out for folks to head on over on January 31st and again on February 6th to talk with us about some input from the community as far as going forward with those grant applications. I think that's it for now.
Apple.
Can yeah, Apple, thank you. That's great. I love the community outreach that's going on in Brennan and Gardner. And thank you, as Heidi said, for the quick response to that funding gap that appeared so suddenly at the worst possible time, right? But really, I just want to share my favorite story about the Gardner community that came out at the 100-year anniversary of the Gardner Community Center that happened last year. Because I think it's a charming story, where it used to be that the school bus was parked at the Gardner Community Center, because from Port Townsend, they would come out to, and that was the last stop, and the driver lived just down the road, so we just walk home at the end of the day. And just kind of, you know, some things have really changed, but a student in the 50s fell asleep on the bus and ended up going out and, you know, being woken up by the driver at the end, and they were like, oh, you know, what's going on? Found his parents eventually, and got a hold of them, not so easy in that day. And then they were like, well, can you just stay with you tonight and come back in tomorrow morning? And that's what I did. Yeah, love that story. Sorry. So you'll get some old timers at the Gardner Community Center, I think. They've really been involved in that community.
We are promoting safe firearm storage to people all across the age spectrum. And particularly in this case, we are interested in promoting a little bit more of the emphasis around elderly who may be leaving their residence to move on to assisted living, or maybe supporting a loved one going through that. And just what one aspect of it, a question we have is, where are those firearms ending up? Are they left in garages and attics unknown about? Can we make sure that they're safely stowed so that whoever inherits them or has them in hand next also has that education and that awareness? These are some interesting features of working in this age band, the older age band, but we also came to this work through Seattle Children's because we want to stop and minimize, of course, prevent childhood deaths, either by suicide or just having access and mishandling because they are in the home and in unsafe circumstances.
Okay, we are running short on time. We're loving all these reports, but we have about 6 more reports. About 15 minutes, so let's try and keep it to 3 minutes-ish. And let's go for a minute.
Well, I can do that. Thank you. So let's start with the DOL, our vehicle vessel licensing. They're statewide, they're doing a software upgrade for 21, so we've been training. But what that means is we will be closed to do business on February 14th. So both driver's license, vehicle and vessel licensing will be closed. You can for in-person and online. Okay. So that will, customers will be coming in, probably won't be happy, but we're trying to advertise it. It's on the website. It's everywhere.
Give them some chocolate. It's a give them some chocolate.
Exactly. Well, what we plan to do that day, because our vehicle vessel licensing, we have 3 full-time people, but we're doing passports that day. So as we call it passport day. So this is by appointment only, but we schedule a lot more the whole day. So and then of course elections, we have a special election happening February 11th. That is Chimacum, Port Townsend, Quileute, and Sequim school districts. Ballots are coming in already. And we had our first report. We work with the Secretary of State's office, and we have daily phone calls during these elections with the Postal Service and with the whole teams. But we got a note from Julie Wise, which is the King County elections person, and today was the first day that they picked up ballots also. Jesse and I did this morning also. And they said that, one of their drivers found a small bag of white powder in the drop box in the Alaska Junction in West Seattle. After removing the large ballot collection bin, the team spotted the bag on the floor of the box. So they alerted, of course, fire and police, and they responded and they did everything they needed to do. But just to know that our ballot boxes are open, and if you see something, say something, report it. We have our local teams are going out daily to pick up these ballots. Only Closing Brennan, they're not running school levies this time, so those ballots are not open to the public, but we have the library, Nordland, Visitor Center, of course, here in the courthouse. So election. So our election coordinator is out on maternity leave, so we're running a little short this election, but our team is handling it. They're up there processing ballots right now. Our finance department, W-2s were mailed out. They should receive their W-2s. Also, you can get them on your ESS portal. So you can sign on and print it out. If it didn't come in the mail, you can also look at your notice of deposits. So hopefully we're getting everybody up and running using those, because eventually our notice of deposits that we print and mail or give to everybody, we're gonna try to eliminate that, which will be a cost saving for our office with postage and envelopes. So we're trying to get everybody to start using that, get used to it. Also down there, we're being audited by the retirement system, so we might be contacting other offices. We needed some timesheets and that sort of thing. So it's due in February, so prompt response is appreciated. We do have a couple of legislation bills out there. Well, actually, we have quite a bit, but the one that we are really supporting, and so is Waco, is to have it in the law that the Secretary of State will publish the voters pamphlet in even years. Right now, they don't, and some counties put statewide candidates in their ballots or in their voters pamphlets. Some chose not to because it's a bigger expense. We chose to because we feel it's important to have that information in there. So it would help the whole state out if the Secretary of State could publish the statewide voter pamphlet. And that's Senate Bill 5069. There's some other bills out there clarifying county auditor duties, which Heidi, Stacy.
I was in LSC like, Stacy, Brenda, are we concerned about this?
It was great. And it was, of course, kind of clarifying things like the auditor would no longer be clerk of the board. It's still in there. They used to be years ago. There is one county that still does, Garfield County. So there's some language in there that they can still do that. There's other things like eliminating 3-day waiting period for marriage licenses, increasing recording fees for deeds of trust, requiring proof of insurance for collector vehicles, oaths of office. So we have a lot going out. So you guys, if you're asking about it, I'm more than welcome to talk about those bills. Right, I think that's it.
Thanks, Brenda.
3 minutes.
Let's go to Brandon online. Brandon, you have an update for us? What's happening up there? Pound on the floor.
There's a lot going on up here for sure. We have jury trials scheduled from February 10th all the way through April, or through March into April. One of them is a 3 or 4 week jury trial that we've done a couple times, one last year and one the year before. So if you see a lot of jurors around for the next couple months, that just knows that and obviously some of these trials have a way of either getting resolved or getting set out to a different day. We've also been working with ADL and Carolyn about just the challenges that the court has with respect to when it's in trial. What do we do with all the other cases that need to be heard? And everybody has challenges with finding space. The court recognizes, but we're trying to be more proactive around how to know that we can have some space to hold hearings if the court happened, like if I'm in a jury trial, we have our protection orders that happen every Wednesday morning from roughly 9 to 11 or 9 to noon. And sometimes we'll reach out and we'll say, hey, we need another place. And you know, those rooms have already often been reserved for other meetings. And so that's just, it's not very workable for the court because by statute, we're obligated to hold these hearings. We can't move them. And especially when you're looking at a protection order hearing, it just presents safety and also safety concerns and other concerns to try to hold a protection order hearing, for example, in the first floor conference room, where that's going to put the alleged perpetrator and victim, you know, 5 feet away from each other. Just a lot of challenges there, not to mention the ability to create a record. So we're working really hard on how to kind of have some designated time for the BOCC to be a second courtroom and or availability of district court if they're not in session. Still working on grants regarding the restorative justice program that we were putting together. Big grant is due February 14th, and we're asking for support from a lot of the different stakeholders in the criminal justice system, including prosecuting attorney's office, sheriff's, police department, and other treatment providers in town. Also, it's a big time of year for mock trial. It's not part of what I do, what happens in Superior Court officially, but I spend a lot of time doing that, volunteering. We have our we had a big 2 schools came here. We have a bunch of scrimmages this winter, and everybody loves to come here. We had a school from Mount Si and Tacoma School of the Arts came on Saturday. That you can just see the awe of our courthouse. Everybody's taking pictures. It's really neat. We were here from 9 to 5. We had Anna Phillips from the prosecuting attorney's office helping out, a lot of local attorneys. We have another scrimmage next Saturday. We have our districts February 7th down in Kitsap County. And if we make it to state, then we'll probably also be doing a lot of work throughout February and March. And you'll see the students come to the courthouse on Wednesday afternoons. We do our practices at 3:30. And we're also in the midst of organizing our second annual Color of Justice event, which is work to inspire youth of color to consider a profession in law and justice. And that is tentatively scheduled for early April. And we're kind of looking around at some dates and what's going to work for the schools, and hopefully trying to get some participation from our South County schools this year. So yeah, reach out if you have any questions, and thanks for the time.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks for your leadership with the young people in our community. I've just been encouraging my goddaughter to go to Olympia and be a page for a week. And yeah, I was always like, when I found out about that program, I'm like, oh, I wish I had known about that. So making sure people in my life know about these opportunities.
You so would have been the kids to see.
Yeah. Stacy, how about you? I've been seeing you taking notes over there.
Yeah, it helps you process. So year end and annual notifications, annual report, all of that, we're just running. I do just want to put the context of deadlines for people, and when you miss them, you're basically delaying a lot of things on our end. So like while everyone's still got their W-2s, we still can't close the books on the banking side because you issued an emergency warrant today. And so we've got people eager, and I don't want to, fortunately, we have a system that allows us to do this now versus how it used to be. And so I just want, I went and saw Carolyn last week, and it's like, she's waiting on all these things from other people. So I just want people to be sensitive about the impact to admin and other departments when things are late. And Carolyn, of course, was very gracious in getting it all done, but I really felt for her on that. So just running, trying to get those things done. We've got Waco Legislative Day on the Hill tomorrow in Olympia, and there's a lot, as always, there's a ton of bills. One of them that the treasurers are pushing is a process and timeline on personal property, and it's Senate Bill 5221. Basically, personal property is really complicated compared to an already complicated real property process. And so it tries to clean up some deals, but basically we're in favor of it. House Bill 1044 for REIT. That's one that treasurer started a few years ago. The assessors picked it up and ran with it. I'm fine on it. Waco is, it's one of the priority for Waco, but anyway, that's enough on that one. The one on unclaimed property, I did want to highlight this one, Senate Bill 5316. It, when they redid the whole unclaimed property section, they didn't change things bit by bit. They just repealed and replaced the whole thing, and it's huge. And so there were some things that were missed, at least from the treasurers. In terms of a locator fee, there used to be a 5% cap on anyone finding funds for people. Now, the threshold is, it can't be an amount that is not unconscionable. And the way you find out if it's unconscionable is you have to sue and go through the court system. So it really makes it a burden to keep those fees reasonable for people that, you know, might have unclaimed property. That said, there were also a bunch of other things in there. I mean, I'm firmly in support of that provision. There's a bunch of other things in there. I think I just kind of have to let go because we do want the greater good on this one at least. And then, you know, we're working surplus equipment, surplus property. The treasurer needs to be involved on surplusing real property if it's going to be an auction, if it's going to be a different way. Our county code was changed a few years ago and it would not involve the treasurer. So I am a bit of a bottleneck on some things, but I'm doing my best. And then lastly, I should have brought it up when you asked for items, but I didn't think about it till now, but would be talking about the community meetings. We last had them in 2023, and I know we try to do those in years that are off. But we're basically up against 2026 would be the other electeds, I think, campaigning again. We try to skip those years. So I was just gonna say if we could add that to future items or discussion, or if you're considering doing them, we of course, sorry to say, we feel the heat from everyone's expectations, but just it helps to get dates on the calendar and be able to provide blackout dates if we can for the affiliate annual conferences in Waco. Those are, to me, some pretty big ones that we'd love to have avoided if we do those meetings. So I think I'm done.
Within the production alliance contract, or did that not make it? We have been talking, you know, the contract that we approved with the production alliance today didn't include coordination of the county coordination meetings, right? But they were, that was one of the things on the agenda with them, was working on that.
County coordinator meeting?
Well, yeah, what do we call them? Community conversations.
Oh, well, we call them community relations. Yeah, I mean, same thing that you got elected officials together to meet. I didn't know that the production alliance might be part of that.
Maybe I guess I didn't.
That was not ever part of the thinking, but certainly.
Is that a great idea? It's usually done in years where the commissioners are not running for reelection. I don't know about the rest of the elected officials.
Yeah, it
but
would have to be this year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I mean,
Because next
I'm all
year,
for it. But we started in like, July, August, and then September. I think it's only kind of hold them, but.
talk about it at the next one of these meetings, though. probably.
Okay, yeah. I just know it's really hard to get dates and
Maybe start getting some dates.
Could do
Yeah, I mean, doable.
Well, we do what, 5 of those? We did Fort Ludlow, Gardner, Brennan, Quilcene,
West End.
Fort Townsend.
West End.
Chimicum.
Tri-area.
Tri-area altogether.
Yeah. it's
Okay,
all-
so we have 3 more people to do updates. Is everyone okay staying till 1:10 or 1:50?
In the past, someone's asked to have till 1:30, but wrapping up sooner would be
I
nice.
saw it just for an hour on our calendar. Okay. I thought, but maybe they do we go to 1:30? Why am I trying
I
to?
think I was asked to go to 1:30, but we're done with discussion.
That's great. No, we have more people. Okay. Brian Gleason is still online, I think. We'd love to get an update from you, Brian.
Good afternoon from District Court. District Court's running pretty smoothly. Starting off the new year, just trying to keep going with regular court things. do have a couple bills that we're tracking. A big one, of course, is Senate Bill 5404, which is public defender funding, which would impact the county greatly to help cover half of public defender costs because of the Supreme Court's still pending decision on public defender caseloads. So that is a huge matter for counties to consider. Another one, since we brought up the CAC Center, is that there are two bills that have dropped to support the Office of Victims of Crime, which is Senate Bill 5362 and its companion bill HB 1487. So the Crime Victims Services at Washington State is funded mostly through federal funds, and that fund varies year to year. And so folks like up in James's office, their crime victim advocate gets funding from that. All of your DV shelters, sexual assault SANE nurses, rape kit testing, survivor support groups, all of those things across the state have fluctuating funding levels. And this bill is asking to set a level of funding that would remain constant depending on how the Fed's funding fluxes, if that makes sense. So if they're saying we need $50 million a year to fund victim services throughout Washington State, and if the Feds give them 40, the state would kick in 10. But if the Feds are only giving them 20 million, then the state would have to give them 30 million to equal that 30. And that is to make sure that there's continuity of services across the state for all of those victim programs. So that again helps everybody in our community navigate through the criminal justice system. And then other than that, we're just tracking a lot of bills. There's another push to drop the DUI limit down to 0.05 from 0.08. So we'll see how that goes. So that could of course have an impact on my court, and then of course Superior Court if they have multiple charges or multiple convictions in their past, that turns it into a felony. So those are just some of the things that we're watching. Otherwise, we'll be supporting the juror next door because we summon all those jurors. And I don't know if Amanda's gone yet, but we're planning to look at upgrading our system again. And maybe doing some application for funds.
Great, thanks, Brian. No, Amanda's still here and she's next.
Nice
And I'll
segue.
just,
Thank you.
I'll just- Association of Counties is supporting that public defender bill as well. So I saw a headline in the Seattle Times today that Washington counties want big money to address public defender crisis and it's attracting bipartisan support. So that one's got legs for now, which is great. Amanda.
So the biggest thing in the clerk's office since I last reported, it's pretty much in the rearview mirror now, was the state court outage, which really affected, and pretty much everything and all the associated programs are back online now, but that continued for a little bit. But we were cut off from the state for 2 weeks. We fared better than I'd say more than half the counties in Washington. Their court records are housed with the state. So when the outage that affected them and they didn't have access to court documents, calendars, anything, and they couldn't even see what was in the future. So housing our documents here at least gave us the ability to work with Laserfish, recreate calendars, provide the court with the documents they needed, and we were able to limp along for those 2 weeks. Finances were all on hold and we worked with the treasurer on that. And so we caught up probably within 2 weeks that followed, but I figured was about our limit for developing a process that would tide us over. But apparently it was a cyber attack through AOC, and they shut it down as fast as they did. So they just got into cyber training currently, but that enabled us to get back online. Other places this has happened around the country, it's been months, so we consider ourselves really lucky.
Can I butt in and just say, I mean,
thankfully it was done in 2 weeks, but we don't know at day 1 through 13 that it's gonna be fixed at 14 days and, or whatever that it was. And I think there was one in another state that was 3 months. So it gets pretty scary.
Yeah, I'm still a little traumatized.
I'm sorry.
Even though it's like 2 months
Yeah.
old, but it's like, so, yeah, it's, anyway. Hopefully they're fortifying everything and we'll call it a lesson that hopefully will prevent future catastrophes. And then as Brian talked about, we're now looking at upgrading the jury management system. It's out of date. It's expensive the way we do it now. It will be expensive to replace it. But we're starting the conversation with district court, myself, Superior Court's involved, and then the auditor with processing the jury payments. And hopefully we'll streamline it. It'll be really user-friendly for our jurors too, who right now walk in a piece of paper. They can theoretically, it's web-based and they can do it from home and it'll be a lot more convenient. So while we still have to deal with the limitations of our building and how jury duty affects people, at least maybe we can simplify this one thing. So that's conversation that we're starting and you'll hear about more soon.
Thanks, Amanda. Anyone on, I think we got to everyone online. So Mark.
Well, I've already talked about strategic plan and Jen Ferguson trying to set up appointments. I think an email went to everyone recently. So please get with her and schedule a time. We talked about the connectivity fair, the 3-day event, much expanded over the previous connectivity fairs. I know DCD and public health are heavily engaged in that effort, and I'd like to enlist others. And so I'll be communicating with you on that this week. And then we're applying for a community wildfire defense grant. And if you look at what happened in California and what continues to happen in California, even though we're further north and we're not nearly as dry, we don't have the Santa Ana winds. We do have the Hood Canal winds, which are pretty severe at times. And so this thing continues to grow. I just sent an email out to core members of the group asking if we should add a self-loading logging truck to our grant request. And what I got back was, yeah, let's do that.
Good.
And so this thing's approaching $1 million now. And our is it SWCA? Our consultant doing yeoman work on preparing the grant request, and Amanda Christopherson is contributing mightily as well. And so I think February 20th or so is a deadline, but this grant application is beginning to look pretty promising.
We have a bunch of our communities involved, Quilcene.
Yeah, and the fire chiefs.
Fire chiefs.
Yeah, and Jefferson Land Trust. And so I'm excited about that. So I'll leave it at that for now.
One thing I didn't mention, though, when you're talking about legislation, there are 3 agritourism bills out there. And it's a really interesting discussion. It does affect our county. I mean, is Finn River agriculture, and how does it fit into current use and other agricultural uses? But it grows to Renlinger Farms, where the Thing Festival went. And it also goes to the Gorge, where Dave Matthews plays. So what do you consider agritourism? Is it just a sipping room? Is it Finn River? Is it a wedding venue? Or does it include concert venues? So all 3 of my Chapman's involved in those bills, and it's a very interesting discussion to see where that goes.
Anything else?
Can we make, I know we don't have a lot of time. Oh.
Anything else for Mark? Were you done?
No, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you have something?
Something quick. I mean, many of you listen to us all day long, but I don't know why. Maybe it's just, but anyways, internally, I just want to invite more people, except you, Heidi, and you, Heather, to the AI think tank that is the first Thursday at 1:30. Talking about kind of standard operating procedures that the IT's been working on and some other staff have been working on. And we're also going to be piloting Otter AI as a note taker this week. I met with Jenny Matter and Mikey last week, and because we've moved our files onto the cloud, we don't have the same data restrictions that we were running out of space. And as long as we I was trying to get all of it outside of our county to try this program, to note take and create minutes and action items. But since the notes, if you sign up with an internal email address, it comes into Barracuda, all those transcripts are saved in Barracuda. We're gonna try it just with my internal email address and the Otter AI platform. So it's, you know, these are things that can allow us to level up and add capacity, and I would just love to have more people at the table. So an open invitation there. That's it.
How many people are participating?
About 10 on the regular, and more getting some of the information. We have a shared drive on the Castle Hill drive too, that people can look at the documents that we're working on.
I got an email or an alert that I had been delivered Otter AI minutes or recording of the meeting. What do I do with that?
Well, you know, it's in Barracuda. You can click on it and look at it because it is recorded, so you don't have to, I mean, we're creating public records every time we do that, but we don't have to be too worried about public records that we can't track in case someone does request those records, but it is public record.
Okay.
I'll just throw out there that, as you know, we rotate through the KPTZ County Connections show. And I just want to get ahead of both of them and say that I am doing a County 101 series from the perspective of a new commissioner. So anybody who's, we started with Judy Shepherd, who was a great guinea pig and so willing to jump in. But I want to kind of move on through the departments and really kind of get to ask my stupid, uninformed questions and make sure that kind of address all of the different departments from the perspective of someone who's maybe just looking about county government. So if you have an interest or if there's a particular sort of aspect of your department that you'd like to get more, information out there, don't hesitate to reach out. Otherwise, I will contact you over time.
Yeah, if there's something time sensitive,
Yeah.
Some big thing that you're working on that.
Yeah.
needs.
Just remember that we do those shows and love to highlight what you're working on. So, but call me first.
Think of a song, but you gotta be a little DJ as well.
Well, thanks, everyone. Is there anything else? Does anyone online or anyone in the room have anything else they want to share or questions about anything they heard? There's a lot of legislative activity right now. I am the commissioner that goes to the LSD meetings for BOCC, and we set some legislative priorities at the beginning of the year. We are watching some budget priorities. That's the Mill Road roundabout through the state transportation budget. Design funding for the Mid-County Aquatic Center, which we talked about this morning, will be at the Chimacum Creek Elementary Primary School location there, but by the library. We're asking for more money for completing the phase 1 of the Hadlock wastewater treatment system. Costs have risen, as we all know, on everything, and so there was about a 10% increase in that budget, and so I'm talking with Representative Theringer about that. We're talking to legislators about the repairs on the roads on the west end, the Hoh River Road and South Lake Quinault Road. And I've been working very closely with Eric Kuzma, who I saw just sent me an email, which I haven't had a chance to read yet. Working on some policy priorities, flexibility in Lammers, which are local areas of more intense rural development, trying to get the ability to build more housing in places like Chimacum. It'll be interesting to see. There's a number of bills that are nibbling at that issue, and a lot of communities are faced with this challenge. There's an additional excise tax for housing proposal, House Bill 1480.
There's a bill for that?
Yep.
Oh, excellent. Who's sponsoring?
I don't remember right now. There's a short-term revenue bill for short-term rentals.
Yeah, that one was
In the works by Senator Leavitt, but we don't have a bill number yet on that. Anyway, I have a legislative update that every week I come back from BOCC and I try to the day after get these guys an update on what's happened. So I'm doing that every 2 weeks if anyone's interested. Producer responsibility, recycling, there's two approaches currently at play. One's more of a study bill and one actually has some actual solutions in it. And is the one with the House Bill 1150 with a companion of Senate Bill 5284 is the rewrap, the third iteration of that legislation. And all of the solid waste, the how do you say it, the Washington Association of Solid Waste Managers, however you say that acronym, they're behind House Bill 1150. There's a stab at getting additional funding sources for operations and maintenance and vouchers for affordable and permanent supportive housing. There's a mobile home park preservation piece of policy. There's a bill regarding the WASC's opposing about community inclusion, which sounds great, but what it's actually doing is redirecting funding that comes to counties back to the state to deal with behavioral health funding delivery.
Intellectual developmental disabilities in particular.
Yeah. So and then stuff comes up every week, but as you know, so I just added a bunch of yours to my list. But if there are things you want to talk about, or we want to start having coffee or chatting about, because I go down there every week and I have been meeting with our entire delegation every 2 weeks when I go down. And Adam is settling in nicely. Adam Birnbaum, our new representative. He's on the transportation committee. So anyway, it's my short legislative bit for the week. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Get out in the sunshine for a minute,
See
hopefully.
you all in 10 minutes.
We get a break for. Yeah, we're recessing for. All right. Okay.
Circus troupe for.
We are coming back into session. And this is the regularly scheduled Monday, January 27th meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners. And we will be leaving you because we're going right into executive session with our county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, two civil deputy prosecuting attorneys, our assistant public works director and department community development director regarding potential litigation exemption as outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110 parentheses 1 parentheses I. And we're going in at 1:32 and we will be out at 2 because we have another executive session with a different cast of characters then. So I will see you back then. So, nope, it's not picking up.
Oh, yeah, no, it is.
Okay, it's picking up now. We are coming out of executive session to extend executive session with our county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, two civil deputy prosecuting attorneys, our Department of Community Development Director regarding potential litigation exemption as outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110 parentheses 1 parentheses I. Our Assistant Public Works Director will no longer be joining us for this.
What's the time frame?
We are going in at 2:02 and coming out at 2:17. We're coming back into session. You see him?
Yep. I see.
Coming back into a session. We're not extending this time and we have a little bit of business we need to do before we go into another executive session. So I'm going to share my screen and we are going to consider a letter. Share. Okay. Greg, do you want to tee this up?
Sure. This is, oh, yes, this is not even the letter I was talking about, but there's a letter because based on, she's take action on, I was talking about a different letter.
Oh.
We do need to do this letter, but I was talking about the letter we discussed in executive session that we need to take action on.
Oh, I don't know if
That
I,
Mr. Hunsucker emailed to you this weekend.
oh, that letter. Okay.
We can address this in a less time critical time. Do we have to do it today? Because I'll talk about it while you get the other letter going up. Yeah, this is from the PUD requesting support on their BEAD application. Their deadline is Wednesday, so we need to send this in. And I mean, I'm so proud of our PUD. I was part of the Jefferson broadband action team, you know, when we were like, how can we get broadband to our rural residents, you know, and through the efforts and courage, really, you know, of a public utility to really dive in and apply for the $35.5 million they've been using to provide fiber. Myself and many other rural residents are going to have faster internet than most of Seattle. And now soon, with this application to the statewide BEAD, which kind of is distributed throughout the whole state, they're going to apply for the remaining 1,200 homes that are not covered by those previous applications. So it's a no-brainer to try to support this effort.
Absolutely.
We can, oh, should we just take this real quick?
Yeah.
All right, I would move that we sign this letter of support to the PUD for applying for the BEAD application for the remaining 1,200 homes of in Jefferson County that won't be covered.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We don't have to
Okay.
take public comment on this. This was in the packet.
Yeah.
The other one we will take.
Okay. So I'm going to stop share on that one and start share on this one. Sorry, I thought you were talking about that letter. So,
Well, it's good we got that done.
okay. So it says okay, I gotta scroll down. This is to Chairman Allen about the Linger Longer Bridge project.
No longer confidential.
Nope. So we've been working with the tribe and the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group on resolving some collaboration issues with the county, and we had a great meeting with them. And this is just to outline what we discussed and agreed to. Whoops, I went down too fast. I was trying to get, oh wait, okay, background. Our shared goals, promoting collaboration, increasing flood resilience of the county road system in Quilcene, decreasing flood hazards, strengthening tribal and county government to government working relationships, all important goals. And it's been a long ongoing project. I think the tribe's been working on it for almost 20 years.
As well as the county, it's been the top priority, this habitat restoration of the Hood Canal Coordinating Council, the advisory group last year as well. So it's, yeah.
So this is the background.
Much supported.
Yeah.
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the action you're taking coming out of exec session?
Yep, sending this letter. Thank you.
I'm not being derelict in my duty, having Heidi do more District 3 work, but she was a participant at the meeting with
Because I was, yeah, because you weren't available, so that's why I went. Okay, so here are the next steps. We're sending a memorandum of understanding back. Sign with the tribe. So this is our conclusion and request. We're not requesting formal government to government relations.
We would be pleased to meet with members of the tribal council if they desire.
Absolutely.
Remove
the draft attorney.
Yeah,
Communication.
yeah, of course. So I'd be happy to entertain a motion to,
I'm happy to move that we authorize Chair Eisenhower to send this letter as presented today to the Jamestown Slalom Tribe and to Randy Johnson, the project manager of the project. And to the Hoods Canal Salmon Enhancement Group. Right?
yep, they're on here too.
Yep, they are. I will second that.
All in favor of sending?
Take public comment.
Oh, okay. Is there anybody with us who'd like to make comment on the motion? Thank you, Greg, for being my wingman. Okay, looking for hands to go up. So it's actually really good conversation with the tribe and the Canal Salmon Enhancement Group. And Monty was distraught about the lack of communication going into that meeting, and immediately the tribe apologized
Apologize for that.
and understood that the miss. So I was really, we were all heartened by the meeting. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands go up. I'll close public comment and call the question. All those in favor of sending the letter?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed, none abstaining, Carolyn. Passes unanimously. Okay. Oh, thank you. We are now going to go into an executive session with the county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, 2 civil deputy prosecuting attorneys regarding actual litigation. Exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110 parentheses 1 parentheses I. We're going in at 2:33 and we will be hopefully out by 2:55. We're going to somehow make this one quicker than the last one.
Appreciate.
We have another meeting at 3, a finance committee meeting then, so see you back around the water cooler here.
Will you have action?
Nope. Are we?
They like it close.
Okay, do I need to say it all again?
Oh, they can come in, I mean, but they just, when they're done, at least they want.
Okay, we are coming out of executive session and we are not taking action, and we are adjourning for today and going right into a finance committee meeting at another Zoom link.
Thank you.